new piece of content. I'm going to talk to you about something. I know. Hang on tight because it's sounding a little too extreme, might blow you away, but we're gonna give her a whirl and see how it feels. You might notice that my voice sounds a little weird, and in fact, I've already had to cut this video a couple of times because it keeps cracking like I'm going through the sequel to puberty here. You see, I just had to
Welcome, guys, to I do. Wait, do you know about that?
No, I didn't.
All right, so you could just do that, and then like skip the block. black orb, or you could like hit the black orb. To make your life easier, but with the cost of doing the part correctly, which no one ever wants to do. Some people just have to take like every single swag route they can get their hands on. Sometimes I forget that Carmel hosted Phobos.
No.
He didn't?
Homeboy.
I'm out of here, man.
I can have them confiscate everything.
Yeah, I'm gonna give the pat.
All
this? You literally.
This is a private pier, a private company,
Yes.
so I'm surprised I didn't see you yet, but they're definitely going to ask me about it.
Yes! Sim builders fighting the cops. Sim builders fighting the fucking Sim builders fighting the police.
Yeah, when I heard about this, I actually started crying.
Both are connected to Aiden Ross, FouseyTube, and as you can see in this TikTok, Jack Doherty.
Oh boy, I'm here with a video I had no plans on recording, but I decided to because I just couldn't help myself. I was in a furry YouTube chat. They linked this stream of people that were talking about interviewing a real furry. And of course, we had to check it out, right? It was one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life. What I'm about to show you is a horrible live stream that occurred just a couple days ago, and it features 3 clout goblins and 1 furry. Now, obviously, this person's not really a furry, and you'll realize that really quickly into watching the footage that I had to painstakingly edit down from 2 hours of a stream, which just, it was the worst. I could go on and on about what you're about to see, but the only thing I'll give you is a warning. These people talk about mental health and make fun of it the whole time. Also, abuse. Just a warning on the screen. If you don't like those things, maybe skip this video, but other than that, let's just get right into this live stream. I can't wait. Oh, and if you're wondering why I'm not in a fursuit, it's because I don't feel like it, and I think it's a lot easier to express myself and to look at a screen with my glasses on when I'm not in a fursuit. So I hope you don't click away just because you see my terrible human face and you don't see a blue wolf staring back at you. But you know what? Let's just get into it.
Now we're live.
Okay. We're about to interview a furry right now. Ask
We
them
should wait for
where-
some people to join. Wait for some people to join. Yo!
I'm gonna pause it right here. This guy is the most insufferable person.
Checking my stream. Let's go. Wait, I'm already at floor 67. Wild. Igual, sí.
So Penato came up to me one time and said, yo, I'm making a solo. No, he's finishing a solo, and then I offered to verify it because I think it would be funny. Now, I obviously have never played this level ever before, but let's give it a shot. Early 2.1 level brought back from the grave, went a little experimental, verified by Mindcap. Yeah, that one. As we can see, Penato has always been a funny son of a bitch. Oh my god, I'm bypassing! I would never do that. I'm gonna turn on my main refresh rate, which is 120. Just to prove that I'm not a fake ass player, you know? Keeping it real. Okay, that was good progress. Let me change from 1000 FPS back to normal so I don't get decapitated. Ooh, slow and steady progress, huh? Okay.
Be quiet.
Dude, why? Why? The video is not even gonna be 8 minutes then. What the fuck?
I'm just forming the general idea and then I can execute. It might be my best thumbnail, I don't know. And I will prove that I am the thumbnail king.
Were you proving that, dude?
I got 54.
What the
fuck? My God.
What? Hello? Hey, did you audit it?
At a middle school in Colorado, a student is kicked out of class for wearing a Gadsden flag patch on his backpack.
Is due to its origins with slavery and slave trade. That is what was, that's the reasoning behind slavery.
Student is kicked out of class. for wearing a Gadsden flag patch on his backpack.
Is due to and go back.
When they were fighting. And I mean, we teach him to always stick up for your beliefs. And I mean, you're going over the revolution this for 7th grade. I mean, the founding fathers stood up for what they believed in against unjust laws. This is unjust.
Okay.
So his backpack has a J-Rod for the Revolution sign that says he's based, 2 religious St. Michael patches, a Bear Arms and Bitcoin patch, a Shiba Inu patch which likely represents Dogecoin, but also the Gadsden flag patch, which apparently confuses the student as he takes a photo with what appears to be a teacher's vehicle filled with political messaging on their car. So Connor Boyack calls out what happened in Colorado over the Don't Tread on Me flag, where apparently the school's director stated the flag is unacceptable because it has been tied to the Confederate flag and patriots, but also hate groups, citing some article from theconversation.com. And in that linked article, the small portion about the Gadsden flag says it had been flown beside the Trump 2020 flags and Confederate flags, so some people may see it as a symbol of hate. Yes, the Conversation website, where their front page has articles about how Republican presidential candidate Ron DeSantis is somehow an imperial governor, how workers like it when their boss talks about diversity and inclusion, and how the GOP debates were filled with dog whistles about race. And what an insane country we live in, where our tax dollars pay for an education system that has no idea about American history other than what some sensationalized propaganda website tells them. And unless your kid just accepts the nonsense that they subscribe to, you're not allowed to learn here because that's the rules. I don't know, call me a one-issue voter, but whoever this J-Rod kid is running for vice president, he's got my vote. And if they want to check ID to see if I'm even eligible to vote in that race, I'm shouting racism. As apparently even the liberal Colorado governor is calling out the school district for what the Gadsden flag really means. And on the school district's Twitter account, they're constantly being slammed on their posts of seemingly endless amounts of people posting the Gadsden flag in its various forms until they finally turned off their replies and issued a statement about their emergency meeting to reaffirm their commitment to American principles, how they will now allow the student to wear the flag, which is a great teaching moment. As Connor points out, had they not recorded this conversation, it likely would have went an entirely different way, so illustrates where you are allowed to record like this. So I'm not so concerned about the yellow flag on his backpack as much as I'm worried about the red flags in our education system. How many incidents are happening just like this that don't happen to go viral and just result in students having to submit to these insane ideologies? Because I went to public school and college in deep blue California, and I specifically recall how relentlessly they try to drill down liberal values into your brain. So how is it that I know so little algebra that it's actually haunting my ancestors, but I can remember each teacher's love for Obama and hatred for Bush? Not to mention what's happening in schools right now, where concerned parents go to school board meetings to expose the insanely inappropriate books being shown to their kids.
Currently in Storm Grove Middle School and Freshman Learning Center, page 265. As if letting him be was going to cure all my problems,
Sir, I'll stop
but
you
in
there.
the end,
Sir, I will
never
stop
told
you
to
there.
get away.
So the board has the police escort the parents away.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And that's not the only school district that has concerned parents angry about what their kids are saying.
These words are uncomfortable for me to say in front of this crowd here, especially the children that remained in the room.
And not the only board that has the police dragging parents out for doing so.
Hey, easy now, easy, easy.
Now my honest take on all of this is, yes, I had a lot of extreme teachers growing up, but I also recall a few great teachers that I had in public school. So I don't think we defund or dismantle the entire system, but parents should have a 24/7 audio and video feed of every classroom their kid is in. Because I remember when the lockdowns happened, classes went to Zoom, then the teachers wanted to somehow block the parents from seeing what the kids were learning. Yeah, none of that is acceptable. Sure, being audio and video recorded is invasive, but it's your workplace. I had a job where we handled and audited large sums of cash, and there were an insane amount of cameras everywhere that could be viewed anywhere in the world by the higher-ups. So if anybody wants to argue that we should be able to closely monitor a couple $1,000 but not monitor what's happening to our kids, what exactly are you trying to prevent parents from seeing? Because it could be something as benign as, don't wear that Sneck shirt from decoyvoice.com, I'm afraid, or something as horrifying as, being in public school libraries. So if I had to censor that for YouTube, and if you bring it up at a school board meeting, you get arrested, why are they so desperate to show it to kids when their parents aren't around? So if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on what's really going on in the world, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on how Native American tribal police. From Freedom News TV, a seemingly endless line to Burning Man appears to be caused by the climate activist group Extinction Rebellion, where the locals appear to be angry with their unemployed behaviors and try to remove their bootleg blockade themselves.
Yes, we'll get it.
Until not just any police arrive, but the tribal rangers.
Disband, get off the highway. This is a state route. Everybody will be arrested, if not. 30 seconds.
Who waste no time running straight through their nonsense.
Get out now! Get out! On the ground!
We have no weapons at all! We're environmental protesters! Please!
Trespassing on tribal land.
She was just standing here. What the?
He's hurting me!
Now, the Daily Mail's coverage of the incident shows how much support the tribal police are getting for their swift actions, as apparently they told the protesters they were trespassing on tribal lands. But the activists online complained, why would the police risk public safety like that? I think the activists are going to learn a very valuable lesson on what little influence they have in this scenario. Sure, in blue cities, the elected mayor and appointed chief of police need to pander to pink-haired Karens, but I somehow doubt the Native American chairman cares what's said about them on the internet. And yes, sometimes it is gratifying to see these people F around and find out, as these are the people that make it their life's goal to inconvenience society, all in the name of not having anything better to do with themselves, because if they were indeed saving the earth, that would be a noble cause and would be commendable, but they're not doing that. They're sitting around blocking traffic to let people know that capitalism can address climate and ecological breakdown. And they do this all while not providing any actual answers whatsoever themselves, as if their daddy government is going to somehow save us. You know, like how they cut down 16 million trees to make space for wind farms. Those wind farms that are so good for the environment that when they replace the turbines, they can't be recycled and just stack up in the garbage. Those same wind turbines that when they fail, emit more toxic fumes than they could ever hope to prevent by conventional energy methods. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't try to make the Earth more sustainable, I'm just saying that these activist groups also aren't trying to make the Earth more sustainable, because when I hear them shrieking, "We're being non-violent, we're just standing here," I would actually argue that they're harming the Earth by backing up traffic, creating an endless line of cars polluting our skies, so in a way, the tribal police are the only people here actually protecting the environment in this scenario. But sadly, professional useless people never realize the irony, as from news to share, the declare emergency activists are also met with angry drivers.
We gotta go to work! We gotta go to work! I got kids to feed!
As DC police tell them they will be arrested.
Do not get up and move out of the roadway. You will be arrested.
And they are still somehow flabbergasted that they didn't receive more warnings.
Y'all know you haven't done the proper work.
We don't have to turn you back.
But they're better off in the US being arrested compared to English drivers just refusing to stop for their wall of welfare.
Let me through. Out the way, out the way, out the way, out the way, Pop.
Or how the Czech are planning on meeting pollution protesters with what they fear most. So hopefully before this continues to escalate, the climate activists can do something actually beneficial for their cause, and possibly protest politicians that cease investment on nuclear energy. Maybe protest the countries that don't even attempt to regulate their factories from dumping toxic waste into the oceans. or more importantly, actually innovate something that will make humanity more sustainable. But of course they'll never do that, because whoever's financing these organizations isn't actually trying to shut down whoever's actually causing the pollution. They just want to go after the average citizen, which only makes sense when you connect the dots on who's really behind this movement. So if you appreciate my concise, light-hearted commentary on what's really going on in the world, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on how blue-collar working men, as thieves believe they can just walk out with thousands of dollars of power tools from Home Depot, they somehow forgot this isn't a store that sells fancy purses and jewelry. Home Depot exclusively caters to blue-collar, working-class men that apparently caught and hog-tied someone allegedly trying to steal. And surprisingly, the Instagram replies loved it, correctly assessing that paying customers end up subsidizing the theft, and acknowledging that even when arrested, they are seldom punished correctly. So no wonder places like CVS in New York City can report the same individual casually stealing bags of merchandise up to 4 times in a day. But places like Home Depot have a common theme of vigilantes willing to rush in to get involved.
Get out of here! I'm going! Get the fuck! You ain't taking nothing! The rest of us pay the shit that we pay because of you scumbag!
Because at the risk of sounding like the Joker, sometimes it's not about actually fixing the problem, sometimes it's just about sending a message, where if the wealthy elites want to vote for policies that greenlight the looting of stores that sell fancy purses, so be it. But that unemployed behavior isn't going to be tolerated at the store that has the highest concentration of employed people. Because as with the ridiculously priced Yves Saint Laurent store, with their robbery a week ago, where over $300,000 of merchandise was stolen, ABC7 reported that one of the thieves has now been arrested, but Street People of Los Angeles actually found their inmate records, where they were arrested on the 17th, but then were just released on the same day with just a citation. So when criminals assess how to best make money, do they go to a place that has a mob of men in cargo shorts and work boots that will tie you up like a Thanksgiving turkey, or would they prefer a place that lets them walk out the door with several $100,000s of goods where they might get a ticket after? As the new mayor in Los Angeles, Karen Bass, doesn't seem to know how terribly crime is being prosecuted in the city.
Are you confident that DA George Gascon will prosecute these people to the full extent of the law?
I have not talked to the DA, but I don't have any reason to think that he wouldn't.
And California Governor Gavin Newsom seems more concerned with not offending gang members.
These are organized gangs of people that are coming out, and forgive me for saying gangs. I know that's not a pejorative. They're organized groups of folks.
And I always love it when the left drops the new nomenclature for the useless people of society. Organized groups of folks is trying to be politically correct, but sometimes they make it worse, like when the New York Post reclassified them as brutes. That's why I call it unemployed behavior, as that can be anybody, regardless of history, color, or anything really, because not all unemployed people spend all their time figuring out ways to ransack stores on weekday afternoons with 50 of their masked friends. But only unemployed people would have that amount of free time or even lack the empathy for the working man to do such a thing. But back to Newsom, acting like he's actually doing something about the rampant crime in the state by tripling resources. It sounds a lot like when he set out to tackle organized retail theft over 2 years ago. Because they can sign all the bills they want, increase state police spending by record amounts, it won't do a single thing if they simply won't punish anybody for their crimes. And this is a long-term goal for California Democrats, as they will continue to close prisons well into the future. So at what point in time are these politicians technically accomplices to these organized groups of brutes? They have awareness of the criminal acts, they encourage the thieves by removing consequences, and the only thing I don't see is physical participation. But in the liberal world that says silence is violence, I think we should start talking RICO charges. So as stores find new ways to protect their merchandise by spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on anti-theft measures, do people really think that criminals will see this and think, oh man, I guess it's time for me to update my resume and sign up for LinkedIn? No, they're just going to pay their bills by robbing people that don't have money for 24/7 private security, and people that don't have the capability to protect themselves in the streets. because I cover all these stories as an able-bodied adult male, and even in Los Angeles, I keep my home well protected, but the same doesn't go for my grandmother, my little sister, or anybody that criminals can see as an easy opportunity to make money, because it's very bizarre to me that the people that want law and order always seem to be the Home Depot types, while the people that want to close prisons and decriminalize theft are either the rich elites that can distance themselves from lawlessness, or they're delusional supporters that somehow think that protecting criminals doesn't also mean sacrificing victims. So if you appreciate my concise, lighthearted commentary on what's really going on in the world, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on how some store owners are getting fed up and are opening up the petty theft to piñata pipeline.
South Africa is in a state of emergency, and it's insane. I mean, what do you expect from a country where the parliament looks like this?
You see, some of us don't know English properly. And then
Honorable
we
Matisa,
can only come and say
Honorable
hong,
Matisa,
hong, 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 like that.
Honorable
member.
Matisa,
Yes, hong, hong, hong.
Honorable Matisa,
Hong, hong,
Honorable Matisa.
That's the only thing that she knows.
Honorable Matisa.
Yes.
You know when you're proven right, and you have every right in the world to go up to someone and say, I told you so. But you're the better man or better woman and you decide against it and you just keep your mouth shut. Well, this isn't one of those times. I'm going to say right now, I bloody told you so. Now, if you're wondering what I'm referring to, a number of years back in Beijing, I met up with a black South African lady who had a little bit of an issue with my videos about South Africa. You see, she thought that I was being unrealistic and too harsh in my criticism of South Africa. And we had a very reasonable chat, but constantly, and during the chat, she would push the ANC party line that, oh, there's nothing wrong and that it's, apartheid's fault that the power systems are failing in South Africa and that the ANC government is going to fire up some old coal reactors. Everything's going to be fine. They know what they're doing. They're making a plan. Well, guess what? That's bullshit. They didn't make a plan. And now it's so bad in South Africa that the power is off between 6 and 13 hours a day. Now, I'm not making this up, guys. For this entire year so far, every single day of the year, the power has been off nationwide in South Africa. And it just depends on your area. And it depends on the time of year, but it can be up to 16 hours of power off during the day. Now, how this works, it's called load shedding, is you have an app from Eskom, which is the government-owned power company, and it will alert you, and it's going to say to you, hey, for instance, you're going to have your power cut between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., okay? And then you'll have it on for maybe 2 or 3 hours, and then it'll go off between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m., that type of thing, and it'll add up. So I'll just show you a screenshot. I asked my parents to send me a screenshot of their app the other day. Here it is, 11 and a half hours of power cuts on that particular day. Now you might think to yourself, well, I mean, that's kind of crazy. And I'm pretty sure most of you out there aren't used to the idea of not having power at all. If you live in a developed country, even in the developing world, even if you're living in the backwaters of a developing world somewhere, you probably have more power on during the day than South Africa. But remember, this has happened every single day this year, and in the previous years, pretty much the whole year, it's the same deal. But you may not realize just how bad this is. Think about it. just yourself. Not only do you have to power all your normal devices like phones and computers and, you know, the usual stuff, watching TVs, all your electronic devices that you use every day, you know, that we take for granted, your Apple Watch, everything has to be charged, everything needs power. Forget those amenities. Think about the basics, okay? You're coming home from work and your garage door doesn't open because there's no power. Do you understand how devastating that can be? To be locked out of your own house because you can't open up your electric gate, you can't open up your garage? Anyway, so you park your car, you manually unlock your door, you walk in, you pull that lever, you open up your garage, whatever, you can get into your house. Now you got no lights. What if you need to go to the gas station to get some gas? But the power is off and so the pumps aren't working, so you can't pump gas. Now, you might think that that's something that shouldn't happen, they'll have backup power. No. Before I left South Africa, this happened to me a number of times. I'd be very low on gas or petrol, and I'd go to the local petrol station, and the power would be off at the petrol station, and I couldn't pump petrol or gas into my car. And I'd have to make a plan and try to limp to the next station, you know, in a different area or whatever to try and find petrol. It's basic things like this that you kind of don't think about. If you own a business, let's say a restaurant, how do you keep your food fresh? You have your meat, you have your vegetables, all your ingredients that are in the back in a big freezer or in fridges, and they're all refrigerated and so on. When the power goes off, all your food goes bad. Because sometimes the power goes off not just for a couple of hours, it can go off for an entire day or entire week in some cases. It depends on like the circumstances in the area. But currently you can be guaranteed the power is going to go off for at least 6 hours a day minimum. So there you got 6 hours of your refrigerators not working. Of course, you can't run a restaurant like that, okay? And many have closed. Now, a lot of you might think, hey, well, what about just putting in a generator or some kind of solar panels and so on to mitigate this? Well, here's the thing. The average generator that you can buy, you know, you pull start or, you know, you buy these kind of fairly big, you can buy something from Harbor Freight or you can buy a Honda or whatever. Well, first of all, they're expensive. And second of all, they actually suck. You know the kind of generator that people take on an RV or they have in their shed or whatever? That cannot power an industrial-sized freezer in a restaurant. That cannot power the big air conditioning units that are necessary to keep the restaurant nice and cool. You know, those kind of things can power small appliances here and there. Yeah, it can power your personal fridge at home. It can power your TV, you know, your very basics, but that can't power a business. If you're going to power up a restaurant, and I'm using a restaurant as an example here, but this, of course, applies to every kind of business out there, you need a big generator, something that's capable of putting out the amount of wattage and energy that's needed to run large-scale systems. They're very expensive to buy, incredibly expensive to buy, especially in South Africa. There's a premium on generators. They're incredibly expensive to run, not only just to maintain them, but to actually fuel them with gas or with diesel or whatever they run on. So if you're running a small restaurant, it kind of destroys your business because, well, not only do you have to deal with the lights going off and the air conditioners not working and all the food going bad in the back, but if you do manage to keep things running with generators and so on, now you've got a lot of noise. And second of all, it's going to cost you a lot more because now you've got a huge gas bill, you know, as in a petrol bill that you have to pay on top of all your rent and your staffing and all that kind of stuff. So now you have to raise your prices. So you get the idea. It really doesn't work out. So lots of small businesses in South Africa have, of course, had to shut down because of this. And there's very little incentive to open a business under these circumstances. We spend a lot of our lives turning things on. It's always the beginning of something. It could be something fun, productive, wonderful, nerve-wracking, or just plain stupid. There is, however, one thing we should never, ever forget to turn on if we're using the internet, and that is a VPN. This video is brought to you by the VPN of my choice, Surfshark.
What the fuck is this?
In today's video, we're going to show you the new smallest avatar that you can make on Roblox. For the avatar, we have the stick bug as the head and torso, the arms is the gnome package, and for the legs we have the piggy package. The previous smallest avatar is 1.6 studs in height, while the new smallest avatar is 0.9 studs in height. That is 0.7 studs smaller than the previous one. And although the cow and capybara torsos are actually smaller because of its hitbox, the stickbug torso is still smaller visually.
Well, it's gonna stay there.
When people talk about the rarest something in Terraria, they normally talk about something like the rarest block, rarest enemy, or rarest item. Typically, these are answered to things like the dirtiest block, golden water strider, slime staff, or other similar items. But what all these answers have in common is that they aren't the rarest thing or occurrence. The dirtiest block might be one in millions of blocks, but we can get rarer than that if we expand our horizons a bit. So, what's the rarest single occurrence possible in Terraria? First, we start off with an item traditionally seen as the rarest, the slime staff. From a green slime to the weakest slime, this cutesy little summon averages a drop rate of 0.01%, or 1 in 10,000. This might not seem super rare, but it gets real soon. All basic slimes also have a 5%, or 1 in 20, chance to contain a bonus drop, which is basically a thing containing the slime that drops upon its death. Examples of such bonus items can range from basic potions to torches, as well as most types of ore and coins. The rarest bonus drops are ore, with a 1 in 32 chance of generating if a bonus drop is generated, for a total chance of 1 in 640 per slime. Since these two rolls can independently occur at the same time, we can create a rarer single occurrence by combining the two into one. That is, while the chance of a slime staff dropping from a green slime is 1 in 10,000, and the chance of a slime containing copper ore as a bonus drop is 1 in 640, the chance of a slime containing copper ore as a bonus drop also dropping a slime staff is 1 in 6.4 million, or the product of both the probabilities. Theorizing about multiple simultaneous independent occurrences can make things impossibly rare fast. Just from 2 semi-rare drops, we've now made a single occurrence that is in the millions range. So, let's see how far we can go. It's gonna get wild, trust me. Green slimes have a chance to drop either 1 or 2 gel. Assuming this chance is equal, that's a 1 in 2 or 50% chance. So adding it on, we get a probability of 1 in 12.8 million. That is, the chance of a green slime containing copper ore as a bonus drop dropping a slime staff and 2 gel is 1 in 12.8 million. The lowest possible chance for a critical hit is 4%, which is the unmodified base crit chance for weapons. This can add yet another 1 in 25 chance to our roster. So the chance of using a basic weapon to critically strike and kill a green slime containing copper ore as a bonus drop while having it drop a slime staff and 2 gel is now roughly 1 in 320 million. Next, we have luck. Luck is complicated to say the least, so I'll try to explain the relevant bits here. With any negative luck value, there is a luck times 100% chance to decrease the drop rate of an item up to 1 over x times 2 minus 1 of what it was. So as an example, if you have 0.1 luck, you have a 10% chance to decrease the drop rate of an item with a 1 in 10 drop rate to a random number between 1 in 10 and 1 in 19. Yeah, even within luck itself, there's random chance as well. No one or nobody understands this mechanic. But basically, the gist of it is we want a negative luck value that is as close to 0 as possible. This way we have a low chance to roll negative luck's effects, then have it roll us an even lower chance for the drop rate itself. Got it? Don't worry, we'll go over it. If we kill a ladybug, we get, quote, bad ladybug luck, which is the only way to get negative luck in Terraria. What's important here though is that ladybug luck diminishes over time. With 1 tick or 1/60th of a second of bad ladybug luck remaining, we have a luck value of negative 0.000185, or negative 1 over 54,000. That's a 1 in 54,000 chance to decrease drop rates. This drop rate can then change from anything between the normal drop rate and half the normal drop rate minus 1 in the denominator. So our slime staff's chances go from 1 in 10,000 flat to a chance between 1 in 10,000 and 1 in 19,999. By itself, there's already a 1 in 10,000 roll required for the luck debuff itself to specifically change our drop chances from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 10,999, so let's add that. And once we get those 2 drop rate determination rolls to succeed, we now actually have to roll a 1 in 19,999 slime staff to get the drop itself and fulfill our absurd equation. So, at this point between all of this luck rolling shenaniganery, our chances have now dropped to a whopping 1 in 345 quadrillion. But we ain't done yet. The chance to begin raining in Terraria on any given tick, or 60th of a second, fluctuates between 1 in 475,200 and 1 in 345,600. Sandstorms also have a 1 in 84,600 chance of beginning every tick given wind conditions are above 30 miles an hour. Using these, you can get an even stupider chance of having it begin raining and sandstorming on the same tick we killed that slime. We can also apply the Gel 1-2 drop philosophy to the slime's bonus drop of 3 to 13 copper ore, creating an additional 1 in 11 chance to drop specifically 13 copper ore as a bonus drop, assuming everything is equally weighted. So, finally, the final chance to critically strike and kill a green slime that has copper ore as its bonus drop with a basic weapon, then roll the worst possible drop rates with the most minimal and unlikely negative luck value possible, and still have it drop a slime staff, then also have it drop 2 gel and 13 copper ore on the same tick that as sandstorm and rain events begin occurring, is 1 in 152 octillion, 823 septillion, 977 sextillion, 491 quintillion, and 46 trillion. Woo. And yeah, that's the single most unlikely event to occur in a single tick that I can think of, within reason. You can probably also add some stuff like biome spread chances or cosmic bit flips to that, but I want this to stay on the screen and within the realm of a short YouTube video. Hopefully I also didn't fat finger any of the digits, if so there will be corrections in the pinned comment. If you enjoy the content though, consider subscribing, as only 25% of you all are. If you want to come up with something even more absurd, let me know down in the comments below. Either way though, thank you for watching, and good day, and goodbye.
Right now, ask yourself, how many games do you currently have that are halfway finished that you tell yourself, yeah, I'll get back to that, knowing fully well you won't, or even worse, games that you'd love to play but have been gathering dust because you literally don't have the time to play them at all?
A lot.
Yeah, a lot! Hey fellas, it's your friendly neighborhood circle guy, and today I want to jump into what I believe to be a massive contributor to the problem I just mentioned and spout my gaming opinions that absolutely nobody asked for. Charles! Bring me my soapbox! I don't think it is necessarily a good thing for every game to try to have hundreds of hours of gameplay. Okay, let me explain. Lately, I've seen this shift in mainstream gaming, this Hail Mary attempt at a forever game, something with endless content, something you could play infinitely. And I'm not talking about games that can technically be played as long as you want. I'm specifically talking about games with an overabundance of scripted, achievable things, quests, missions, moments, you know, that juicy content. Games like MMOs and certain RPGs aren't really new to this grind.
I need you to slay 1,000 spiders for no reason whatsoever other than to increase playtime.
Ooh, this is exciting. Does this come with a vest and a name tag? Because I wasn't aware I just clocked in my new place of fucking employment! Now, video game grinding has existed since the birth of at-home game consoles. Older games would increase the difficulty or remove checkpoints as a way to keep the player playing, mostly due to hardware limitations. When your cartridge housed a few megabytes of storage, sometimes kilobytes, it was up to the developer on how to keep you tethered while simultaneously making sure you didn't blaze through the game. It was clever, often bullshit, but an understandable practice. This isn't necessarily what I'm getting at here, but it's the foundation of this fabricated playtime that I want to jump into. It matters knowing this, but being able to differentiate this somewhat necessary archaic version and the new abomination we'd later receive. But sure, I get it. We want our games to last a while. We never want fun experiences to end. And on top of that, we also want some bang for our buck. Nothing feels worse than being hyped for a game for months just to have it last a few hours. But I got some issues with how every single goddamn game is expected to last forever now. Live service games drip feeding their players with season after season of updates, reuse content, weird time-consuming systems where they don't need to be, crafting, and literally fucking everything, it seems. Quit it with the fucking crafting! God! And this isn't even the end of it. Even before updates and additional content post-launch, every game is expected to also release with enough content to keep you busy until you're fucking dead. Some of you may think, well, isn't it good to strive for more rather than to settle for less? And that would be the case if it weren't for the glaring fact that this current time-sucking content hellscape is lowering the quality of games across the board consistently. Not only do so many games try to promise this unobtainable content paradise, but nearly all of them fail when they do. Content gets rushed, recycled, or even cut and resold later on at an additional cost. A finished game filled with a ton of content and post-launch content on the way being developed during a spike in crunch culture is the single worst recipe an evil witch could brew up in her comically large evil cauldron.
What are we making, Master? Infinite Radiant Quest!
So what exactly is content? Nowadays, games want to be a buffet of content, where not really much of it is that great, but oh wow, holy shit, there's so much here. They even got that weird-ass dumpling with old meat in it. Sometimes they'll even add to it and drip feed paid content like battle passes, and other times they'll have seasonal events meant to weaponize FOMO. I know this argument has been made about DLC and pre-order expansion passes and stuff, but I think the real issue here has been brushed under the rug, and that's the fact that more games today are attempting to steal your attention forever, and almost no game can do that through quality. Far Cry 6, Dying Light 2, Ghostwire Tokyo, Horizon Forbidden West, Watch Dogs Legion, Days Gone, Outriders, Biomutant, Gotham Knights, basically every single Assassin's Creed game ever made, and especially Death Stranding. You know what all of these games have in common? The fact that if you removed half of the content, you'd only be improving the final product. If your game supposedly has a wealth of amazing things, I want to see them. Why would you hide them behind walls of garbage filler? And of course I don't expect every game to blow my mind every 10 milliseconds like a toddler with short-term memory loss. That's not the issue. And dude, I understand online multiplayer and single-player games have vastly different expectations and common features, but I'm conflating the two mostly because this issue is prevalent in both. What I'm getting at is, one day I will be dead. One day I will be cuddled up with the worms and moles of the world, but before that inevitable day comes, I will be enjoying video games as much as I can. And when I have to balance my work, social life, sleep, and other stuff with video games, that leaves me with an extremely small sliver of time for those games. And when I expand that inner sliver, you're gonna see I don't have a lot of time to fuck around doing nothing in them! And that's coming from a dude where video games is a portion of my job. This is even worse for everyone else. There is so much fluff, filling, padding, and stuffing in modern video games, and the longer a game's average playtime gets, the more you're gonna find it. Waiting to make something, forced long travel, backtracking, randomly imposed roadblocks that only exist to increase game length. As a kid, these things are awesome because you have all the time in the world. But when I hop on a game now for 2 hours and get almost nothing done, I feel like a damn stooge. Nowadays, someone will recommend me a game like,
yeah, it's pretty good. It's only about 6 hours long, but...
What did you just say?
It's about 6 hours long?
You don't know how much I needed to hear that.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Because it's a goal. that's actually attainable. Jumping back to that backlog of unfinished games I previously mentioned in the intro, really think back to those games. How often were you actually immersed or engaged in the gameplay? How often were you experiencing something new or innovative? Or did you maybe abandon the game due to its overabundance of slog and you never even got to the good advertised stuff whatsoever? You see, right there, that is the issue here. It's not expanding the playability, it's restricting it. As I get older, I realize games that have 10 hours of excellent content will almost always be better than games with 30 hours of excellent content and 70 hours of fucking padding.
But look, it has 100 hours of content. Isn't that outstanding?
Deathloop is a great example of a game with backtracking, but simultaneously staying fresh, short, interesting, and concise with its gameplay. Hopping on for an hour and finishing 5 extremely varied fun missions before putting down the controller feels a whole lot better than starting up a mission to listen to a dude talk for 48 minutes while I slowly follow him to a destination to retrieve something stupid and walk all the way back. And listen, I'm not saying RPGs or farming games that go on for billions of hours shouldn't exist. I mean, Christ, I love RPGs. Obviously, they have their place just as much as short indie experiences do. But my problem is this massive middle blob of games that want to be anything and everything and succeed at nothing while simultaneously being just, I don't know, boring. It seems so many games don't know what they want to be anymore. Video game genres as a whole seem to be losing their identity.
Ah, yes, my first-person shooter racing farming sim. This game should have RPG elements and base building. Thank God I added multiplayer. You're gonna want to pre-order for early access to the V12 eggplant shotgun.
There's never enough time to do everything you want. The industry is curving in a way where it's becoming far more acceptable to release a game half-baked with the promise of fixing it or improving it later on than to delay or take your time crafting a polished work of art.
Back in the day,
We didn't get updates, patches, and performance updates. Outside of the occasional international release changes, you had to make sure whatever was on that disc or cartridge was worthy of its price tag. And often it wasn't, in fairness. But this rush games out the door, time-crunching development hellworld we live in was partially forged in the same crucible that invented the notion that every game must last forever. You know, it actually made me happy to hear when God of War Ragnarok got delayed. Most of the time, delays are positive. Waiting for a refined product will always be better than getting an underdeveloped mess quicker. But gamers suck. Gamers are seriously my least favorite group of people, and I should know I'm sadly one of them. No matter what you try to do, they'll never be happy.
Oh boy, which route, developer? Release the game too soon and get shit on, or delay a game and still get shit on? The choice is yours, my friend!
Speaking of crunch, while writing this video, me and my friends made the extremely poor decision of firing up Anthem. Remember that travesty? It's on Game Pass anyway, and we did this on the condition that we'd only check out the mainline content, none of the grindy, worthless crap. Because yeah, mech suits that fly around controlling the fucking weather is pretty badass. And you know what we learned? The art design is breathtaking. The sound design is superb. The game plays and feels amazing. Everything is snappy and crisp. Just flying around is enjoyable. But you know what isn't enjoyable? The fact that this game went through development hell trying to be a Destiny killer by adding grindy, unintuitive, stupid systems that uproot you from the actual fun moments just to shove some UI disaster or worthless dialogue in your face. Anytime you're caught red-handed having fun, the game forces you to stop everything you're doing so you can go not have fun. Thank God, fellas, I forgot these games were supposed to make me miserable. What? These types of games hold the concept of end game content over your head as if you have to sift through the garbage to make it to the real game. But guess what, dipshit? I didn't make it to the end game content because the base game fucking sucked. Anthem could have been an extremely fun 8 to 10 hour co-op action game, but we just couldn't have that because BioWare was apparently visited by 3 ghosts that night. The ghost of a worthless open world, the ghost of repetitive missions, and the ghost of tedious, stupid crafting. Matters at the end of all of this is that we all need to unanimously push for. In the way this segment hopefully ties a bow around the point I'm making, the vision of every game also needs to find its little bow. Look at him go, oh shit. I firmly believe aimless single-player checklist games are some of the worst games ever made. They don't respect your time, they don't strive for anything meaningful, they're a job with no pay and a boss that demands too much of you. These forever endlessly supported multiplayer games would always rather drag a carrot on a stick than actually make worthwhile gameplay features. There is a wealth of outstanding AAA and indie games that don't fall into this massive, all-consuming category that I challenge you to seek out and enjoy. Here's an extremely varied list of games that properly appreciate your time, that you can utilize as medicine whenever you feel yourself falling into these traps. Now listen, I know this list is psychotic, unorganized, and truly deranged, but I think these games perfectly emphasize what I'm talking about. All of these games are super fun, and they're consistently fun and diversely engaging the whole time despite being extremely different from one another. And just as a wise man once said, if the game's not fun, why bother?
Be quiet.
Oh no! Oh my god! Holy shit, dude! Holy shit! Yes!
Money, please. My money.
I'm just seldom at a loss for words. 2 years ago, you were caught kiss my 4K trying to meet a 30-year-old. I'm not talking to you. He's talking to you.
In 1949, the Statue of Liberty went through its renovations, and that's when they started feeding people to it on the reg.
Hey, bitches.
You guys! He literally has a fat ass, and I want to smack it!
Oh, you got something to say? No, say it. No, say it. No, say it. No, say it, buddy. Say it, buddy. What are you doing? Tell me what you're thinking, bud.
No, 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 no! Wait. Wait.
What the fuck?
Stereo Madness from Geometry Dash. Don't worry, I got you.
luck whether or not I get past the
¿Te has equivocado? Usa bolígrafos Pilot Friction. Son borrables y recargables. Pilot.
It's not that bad, okay? But you just learn a bit of a strat and then you're fine. How did you first try that? I literally spent like 40 minutes on that, genuinely. I've actually beaten like 90 difficulty avoidances faster than I did that combo. I died like 6 times on the last like section where you're just like sinking into the lava. Honestly, probably more than 6. What is up, 6? Oh, why didn't I double jump? I didn't even need to land on the floor. Oh my god. Buffoon. Bumbling buffoon. Oh. You ever think Schwartz gets tired of sitting in that pose? Grind? I don't know what you're talking about. I only have funds. This fun is being pretty fun right now. I mean, yeah, if you're gonna emulate some Regex, you have to at least play off a Wii Remote and Nunchuck. Oh yeah, and you need a sensor block. What you need is Bluetooth on your PC. I don't know if your PC comes with Bluetooth, mine didn't, so I had to buy a dongle. Or just buy the game if you have a Wii, yeah. And just actually play it on the Wii, that's what I did. Yeah, it is Bluetooth, Cosmo. What's up, bro? What's good? Yeah, it might lag a little bit sometimes in your PC. If it's not super strong. The last CS songs I've always kind of slapped. Dusty Dune Purples. Dusty Dunes, interesting. Dusty Dune's kind of an irrelevant galaxy anyway, so you know what, it's not like it matters that much. Did Penato leave GD? I mean, I didn't know, but cool, I guess. I don't think I played a single Penito level in my life, but fair enough. I only played Penito's Wave in Zodiac, that's it. The Boulder guy's Daredevil comment, I first tried that. I'm so good, bro. Honestly, I probably shouldn't have first tried it. I was like quite lucky. It means I have to play it later, not now.
Be quiet.
Daredevil comma gives you 1 HP, yes, that's how it works. This is still the best song in that series, though. Easily. I mean, yeah, it's so easy nowadays compared to back then, bro. As a kid, literally fucking impossible. Ooh, Kai, Phase 4 is my least favorite song. It's good, don't get me wrong, but... Ooh, I do not agree with that take. You just like Phase 4 because it sounds like manly buff men like JoJo, that's why. The song sounds scary. The rolling gizmo levels were actually impossible. No, Phase 1 is like the second best one. No. It doesn't control the cat, I think it controls fine. It was just hard. Or, I mean, they definitely aren't like, you know, super like smooth tire controls, but I like how they work there. It fits for like the level. Alright, coming right up, I got you, Cosmo. You want me to refresh your memory on the Phase 5 song? I got you. God, bro. Those came out of nowhere. Listen, there was a big opening, and then as I already jumped into the big opening, like 4 more spawned that went direct.
Firewatch is one of my favorite video games of all time. Its end is horrible. The game takes place in Shoshone National Park in 1989 as a fire lookout. Back in the olden days, live satellite coverage to scan for fires didn't exist, so people would be hired to trek out to remote locations and scout for any potential fires, alone for months at a time. You play as a man named Henry, someone we learn a lot about far before we see the first lookout. While the majority of the game takes place in the national park, it actually opens with a story. In Boulder, Colorado, 1975, you meet a young woman at a bar. Her name is Julia, a college professor for evolutionary biology, and a week later, you're a couple. Through the years, you two only fall further in love, drinking and admiring the views of the Colorado mountains as time slips further on. You get a dog and consider the idea of kids and decide to get engaged. Through every blip on this timeline, we see all the throes and follies of love, painting an entire charmed life before us, warts and all. These text scenes are intercut with hiking down a trail further and further into the woods. The idea of kids is eventually put aside for work, with Julia getting a job at Yale, but a year later she has an episode. Julia forgot that she lent books to another professor just 2 days earlier. Julia has early onset dementia. She's 41. Time slips on. 1987, her life is effectively falling apart. She could no longer keep her job. She drove to the next town over for no reason at all. You're given the choice a year later to send her off to a medical facility or take care of Julia yourself, but it all ends the same. If you try to take care of her on your own, you start drinking more and more often and get pulled over for a DUI. Julia's family takes her back to their home several states away. You see an ad in the paper for a job. You take it. Firewatch is a story about grief. It ends horribly. Once you arrive at the tower, the place you'll be spending the next several months of your life, you're greeted by Delilah. Communicating only through walkie-talkie, she runs a tower not too far from yours, one you can actually see in the distance. Throughout the game, you go around and do random things that Delilah assigns you, like dealing with illegal fireworks or picking up supply drops. But as time goes on, you discover that something suspicious is happening on the mountain. Borderlands 1 is a story about exactly one thing: the vault. It's been told in legends to be filled with loot that the mind can't even imagine, swaths of money and guns, and the entire game, and I mean the entire game, centers around the idea of opening it. Borderlands' main story takes around 7 hours if you ignore everything else in the game and just go straight for it, and all of the central story leads you to the final mission of the game. The setting is epic. In a cute little corner off the side of the salt flats, there's a cave that looks not man-made, but something made. It's built with cleanly cut, glowing stone blocks, and once you enter, you're teleported to the fallen ruins of a past civilization, a place called the Descent. You find the Guardians, a past race of beings that created the vault, something they intend to protect. You face some of the toughest and most coordinated enemies in the entire game, one specifically designed to ward off any and all invaders looking for treasure. What could possibly be in this vault? Dropping even further down, you enter the Iridian Promontory, the last line of defense between anyone in the Iridian's prized possession. This area is about as dramatic as possible, with sweeping wind and a wide open view of the desolation in front of you. How many years have passed? How long have these beings stood here? How are you one of the first to find it, to truly fight to the core of this great long-standing secret of the universe? Entering a war between the Crimson Lances and Guardians, you actually show up too late, with Captain Steele, the leader of the Crimson Lances, already assembling the key, but as the vault opens...
Yes, the key works! Sergeant, get your team ready to go inside.
The final boss of the game, the Destroyer, is a 15-minute long marathon, needing to deal with an onslaught of its minions and its gigantic health bar. It's a veritable nightmare of balancing everything Borderlands has to throw at you, with the ever-looming idea that if you do mess up and die, you need to start the entire thing over again. But this millennia-old creature is still mortal. With enough effort and firepower, even
Really, say fort. Fort. Alright, now say it 3 times. Fort, fort, fort. Alright, what do you eat soup with? A fucking spoon, Ryan. Because I'm not. Dude, this is the stuff that's making your parents want to split up. This is why your dog doesn't even want you to pet him. This is why you're going through all these issues, Ryan. No, you just think it's about these jokes. It's becoming a serious matter, okay? You think these jokes are leading to bigger problems in your life. You need to change your whole life around. Maybe go to guidance, maybe get some help. Jesus fucking Christ.
God damn it. Oh. Here we go. Oh.
keep hearing these strange sounds come up in the kitchen. Holy shit, it's the Slender Man. And he's cooking hot dogs on the stove. Hey, you hungry home invader. Stop raiding our refrigerator. Yikes. He just whacked me with the warm wiener. Twice. Wait, you ain't got no lips. How can you eat potato chips? God, knock it off, you skinny son of a bitch. Quit stealing our food and go buy a frickin' sandwich. You phony bastard. Look at this place. It's a disaster.
Stupid motherfucking eye. Dude, I'm trying to read something. Stop! You motherfucking cat! Stop! Dude, 4 times 0. 5 times? 6 times! 7? What the hell, bro? Go for 8, I dare you. Cats, 7 times 0. That's wild. Wild Wyoming. Double cup. Why the hell is this shit? Stop crying. What do you want? Do what? Do fade. Yeah. Sure. Got the fade, man. No hit. I need fade on 9/11/2023. I won't fade 9/11/2023. How many years ago since that attack? Well, is it like 20? Why motherfucking wall? I cannot find the video. Yeah, oh. Who's there?
Hey, what's good, bro? What's good?
It's Dubscript.
Hey, man. What's good, bro?
Are you off your meds again? Dude, imagine giving up at 1066. I think that's wild. Yeah. I'm streaming. Wait a second. Alright. That is my stream. I don't want to hear myself. Nah, they should buff the first 1000 to be like the other 1600.
Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
Shut up. Youch. Stupid fucking guy. I hope you don't spam the soundboards.
No, oh my god, young man. Kill yourself!
Young man, kill yourself. That's what I say to gays. Also, I got 7 cats in a row, like before. Okay. Oh, I'm denied. And you play that. For once.
No, oh my god, young man. Kill yourself!
Big Ingy White Wall. I'm saying that every time. Wait, that's a soundboard? I thought that was you.
Yeah!
Yeah? Mac. Spam it. Spam that one soundboard. No. It's gonna sound a little funny. Or you can't.
No more saying cuss words, guys!
Not the rift. No. Not that one, it's another one. It's like a noise you make with the guitar. Yeah! Spam it. Do you know Desert Bus, like the GD level? Or no? It's like a really fucking long level that is like... You should turn my volume up to 200%. Did you do that already? Slog fade. Say something, it will be the completion video. Yeah, I'm gonna win because of that. Alright, let me find out the video. This will be the new cat sound in Fate V7. There's no videos. Ooh, I saw one.
My name is Gustavo, but you can call me Gus.
Swimmers dedicate months and even years of their lives to cross the English Channel. To most people, it's simply a small section of water that separates England and France in the Atlantic Ocean. But to swimmers, it's more than that. It's one of the most challenging and rewarding swims in the world. It requires intense mental and physical training to prepare the body and mind for the crossing.
Yeah, bro, I love swimming.
It's nothing like your typical swim race. Crossing the English Channel takes grit, determination, and the willingness to put your body through some of the most intense elements. To put things in perspective, the English Channel is 21 miles, or nearly 32 kilometers long. Swimmers typically start in England, between Folkestone and Dover, and swim across to France, ending in Cap Gris-Nez. But the crossing is far from a straight shot. Currents often push swimmers in more of an S formation as they make their way across. Swimmers move perpendicular to the current. For about the first 6 hours of the swim, the current will push the swimmer up the channel. For the next 6 hours, the current switches directions, pushing the swimmer down the channel. Battling this famous current is one of the most challenging parts of conquering the English Channel, and it's just the start of what swimmers are up against. Waves can reach up to 2 meters in height, and swimmers often encounter jellyfish, seaweed, and other ocean debris. The water temperature ranges from 14 to 18 Celsius. Chilly, right? And here's the thing.
Jellyfish!
For your swim to be considered an official crossing, you can't wear a wetsuit. But Mother Nature's behavior isn't the only thing swimmers have to contend with. The English Channel is also one of the busiest shipping corridors in the world, with 600 tankers passing through and 200 ferries crossing every day. That makes for a potentially dangerous swim. All of that said, it's pretty clear why so many swimmers have the English Channel at the top of their swimming bucket list. People have been putting their swimming skill and endurance to the test across the English Channel since the late 1800s. Matthew Webb was the first person to swim the English Channel officially, completing the England to France route in 1875 in 21 hours and 45 minutes. American Gertrude Ederle became the first woman to cross the channel in 1926, finishing in 14 hours and 39 minutes, beating the men's record time by more than 2 hours. Many more swimmers have since completed the channel, and the current record for a single crossing stands at 6 hours and 55 minutes for men and 7 hours and 25 minutes for women. But some people dream bigger than just crossing the channel once. They choose to do it multiple times. Australia's Chloe McCradle has swum the channel 44 times in her life, and that's the record. And still, other people go even further, crossing the channel multiple times in a single swim. In 2019, American Sarah Thomas became the first person to swim the English Channel 4 ways non-stop. It took her 54 hours. But for every swimmer who successfully crosses the English Channel, there are countless others who don't finish, for a variety of reasons. Sometimes it's the weather conditions, and other times it's an issue with their nutrition, hypothermia kicks in, or another health issue. This is no leisurely swim, and over the years, at least 10 swimmers have died attempting to cross the channel. But that number is probably much lower than the reality. As you can probably tell, successfully swimming the English Channel takes a lot of training and planning, a little bit of luck. Let's dive in to how you can make the English Channel swim happen. First, you have to register. Many people start planning their swims 2 years in advance. There are a few different organizations that facilitate channel swims, so do your research and find the one that works for you. If you want to swim the channel, you have to start saving money. It's not cheap. Reserving the required boat and pilot could cost £3,000 alone. Add on to that about £400 for registration, plus 75 pounds for an official Channel Swimming Association certificate, and it's a pricey undertaking. And that doesn't include any airfare, transportation, or lodging for yourself or anyone who will come with you. Within a year of your swim date, you must also complete a 6-hour swim in water that is 60 degrees Fahrenheit or colder, and submit to the Channel Swimming Association to confirm your ability to withstand the cold. You'll also need to complete a medical evaluation before you're cleared to cross the channel. Once you're all registered and your paperwork is in order, you'll be given a time window in which you can start your swim, typically about 5 to 10 days, sometime between July and September. You want to swim in the best conditions possible, so this window gives some wiggle room for your boat pilot to choose the best conditions. And now, it's time to start training. Many swimmers start training for the channel 12 to 18 months out from the chosen date. This allows for plenty of time to acclimate to cold water and build endurance for the crossing. If you're a less experienced swimmer, you may need to start training 2 years out or more to give your body the time it needs to build endurance and strength. And as with any training plan, you'll want to build up your volume until a month or so before your crossing. Then, you'll start to taper and rest and prepare for the day of your swim. There's no one-size-fits-all to training for the English Channel. How you train depends on your current fitness level and how far out your swim date is. Throughout your training, aim to complete a few long open water swims in cold water if you can. This isn't a leisurely stroll in the water. We're talking 5-hour plus swims. Some channel swimmers recommend swimming 50 miles per week in peak training for the crossing, mixing in pool and open water workouts. But ultimately, it depends on your individual needs and experience. There are numerous swim coaches who specialize in English Channel crossings. Seek them out for help in structuring your program. But regardless of how you train, it's important to make sure your technique is on point so you swim as efficiently as possible and reduce your chance for injury. In a swim as long as the channel, technical imbalances will become more pronounced as you get tired, and that can negatively impact your swim. Open water also
If you were trapped in an abandoned pool with a bloodthirsty crocodile, what would you do? There's no way to escape and no one is coming to save you. I'm going to break down the mistakes made, what you should do, and how to beat the 6-meter hell in the pool. This place is going to turn into a death trap. Day here is working as a crew member on a photo shoot and prepares for the final shots of the night. The man decides to go on a break and takes the time to inject himself with a life-saving insulin shot. He's joined by his girlfriend.
I have a guilty confession to make. I can't handle spicy food. I mean, am I the only one that likes actually eating my food? Am I the only one that likes eating my food without having to catch my breath or drink a gallon of water? And I'm not talking about like mild heat or medium. I'm talking about the people that just go out of their way to get the extreme or like just even the hot. Like, why not just go for medium or mild? They have the same flavor, just without the heat intensity. It's okay, bro. Nobody's gonna question your masculinity if you get mild wings instead of hot. This ain't hot ones, bro. There's no camera in your face. And I'm half Middle Eastern. I feel like I'm disappointing my ancestors by not being able to handle spicy food. For all the Middle Eastern brothers out there, you guys ever gone to like a Muslim wedding and was like, wow, damn, this chicken right here, this red chicken looks scrumptious, looks absolutely tasteful. But then you take a bite of it and you drink in all of your water, and then you have to call the waiter over to pour you some more water. And since you had a Muslim wedding, everybody's looking at you judgmental, like, wow, look at this, astaghfirullah, look at him, he cannot handle spicy food. What a disgrace. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. You know, I just want to say that it's actually not that hard to eat it. I'm exaggerating a little bit for comedic value, I'll admit it. But the worst part is it coming out. I'll eat some spicy food, but I know in like 3 hours I'm gonna be on the toilet like the thinking man, you know what I mean? I'm gonna be on the toilet hunched over, naked, with my fists under my chin like, and then it switches up. It goes from the thinking man hunched over to Travis Scott apologizing. You know, he's rubbing his face like, oh man, oh man. And then it switches back and forth. It goes, And you know what? I'm gonna get graphic. You know, nothing even comes out. I'll be trying to force shit to come out and they don't even come out. You know when you're fighting on your life for a little centimeter of poop coming out. That's how you know you ate something spicy. Like, I'll be sitting on the toilet in regret. I'll be in straight regret. I'll be like, man, this happens every time, bro. Why do I eat it? Why did I eat it, bro? I should have at least ate some fiber or some potassium. Should have had like a banana or something. Why do I do it, bro? Why, bro? You ever cried on the toilet before? Don't talk to me if you ain't cried on the toilet before. We're not on the same level. We are not the same species. I've gone through traumatic events you can't even imagine about. You know, after you eat something real spicy and you have like that spice burn after effect on your lips, you ever get that on your butthole? Don't talk to me if that ain't happened to you before. Do stomach aches give you PTSD? Do they? Have you ever had to take a shit in 2 parts? One part, you can feel it coming, and you push what you think is all of it out, but it still feels like there's something in there. It just won't come out. So you know what? You call it a day, you wrap it up, and you come back 30 minutes later to finish the job because it just keeps occurring. Huh? Has that ever happened to you? Didn't think so, buddy. Sometimes, like, I didn't even think the food was that spicy. I mean, my mouth didn't think it was that spicy. It went down pretty smooth, but then coming out, my butthole's all like, oh, whoa, hold up, buddy. What do you think you're putting in here, huh? Toxic waste? Nuclear acid? Are you eating lithium batteries? I know what you guys are thinking. Is Ibs really using this time to complain about how spicy food turns his shit into lava? Yes, I am. You know what? Maybe it's not even spicy food that's the problem. Maybe Ibs just has Ibs. Like, I'm not even joking. You know, like those videos of them making like ornaments, glass ornaments, and it's like they have like the like clay pot full of like molten hot glass. That is my asshole. All right, thanks for watching, guys.
Surprise pit escape, mate. You just got a screw video. Yeah.
Oh no.
Nice, Josh. Nice. It drops away.
New place, new spots. Look at this. This is sick. In Vienna. In Vienna, locals have showed us this spot. We kind of checked it out.
How powerful is a whip? And also, how hard is it to use it? I love the Indiana Jones movies because it makes it look so easy. But seeing as the next movie is gonna be the last, I feel like I'm about to lose one of my heroes. And that's why I'm gonna learn how to use a whip. Here is the plan. I wanna learn how to crack the whip. I wanna test how powerful it is against 3 different targets. I wanna learn to disarm somebody with a whip and grab stuff with a whip. I wanna become extremely accurate with it. Then I'm gonna try to destroy my phone. Let's do it! First time ever holding a whip, and I already love it. It is longer than I am. It's actually 2 mics, to be precise. It's made out of braided leather, and when used properly, the tip can move up to 900 miles per hour. And as I was about to find out, this thing could do some serious damage to objects and myself. That's the portion of the whip that makes the loud sonic boom sound. Thanks to that, it is possible to use a whip to strike a target, disarm somebody, and even cut objects clean in half. There was just one problem. I have absolutely no idea how to do any of these things. So I started practicing, but it quickly turned out to be much harder than I thought. I was expecting to get it right away, but almost everything was a struggle. First of all, the whip was moving randomly every single time. Because I had no control, I was extremely scared of whipping myself. But right after hurting my leg, there was a breakthrough. Woo! Did you hear that? But still, I didn't really have a technique. And the next thing I knew, I hit myself really hard. It hurts so much. Like, seriously, really hard. Right now, the whip is hurting myself more than anything else. I managed to crack it once and it wasn't even that loud. So I guess I'm gonna watch a tutorial. Oh my god, that hurt. So I spent a few minutes watching some tutorials and actually realized what I'd been getting wrong. I should bring the whip in this position, so basically the entire whip behind me. And now I should do this movement, stop here, and then move forward. And that should crack the whip. In theory. Let's try it. And just like that, I started to get it again and again. Oh my god! Did you hear that? That was extremely loud. That's insane. Here's the problem though. I feel like I'm cracking it right here. How do I crack it, let's say, against the target? I have no control over it right now. So I watched a few more tutorials to try and avoid injuring myself any worse. And then it clicked. I started trying to copy exactly what the pros were doing. But my skills seemed to be going backwards. Somehow, after swinging this whip hundreds of times, I was getting worse. I have no idea. But just as I was about to give up for the day... Oh, I actually did it. What? So I kept trying. Oh! Oh! I keep trying randomly and changing things and then it clicks. That meant I was ready to try out the first real challenge. Yes! Yes! Let's break some stuff right now. Before trying the apple, I wanted to see if I could hit a bigger target. But I couldn't imagine what happened on my very first try. No way. No way. How powerful is that thing? Then I tried it again and I got it even better. This is insane. But the real question was, would I be able to break the apple and all the harder targets we're gonna test next? I was getting close, but my technique still wasn't good enough. But considering I wanted to smash a phone with this whip later on, that wasn't a good sign. Then I realized a big problem. I had the wrong mindset, because this skill is not all about power. It's about the technique. So I focused on what I'd learned. I didn't just try to swing as hard as I could. Instead, I focused on trying to get the crack right against the target. And then I finally hit the perfect shot. And I knew it was time to try the hard stuff. Second out of 3 power tests. Can this whip actually break this can? Let's find out, I guess. I'm actually under a bridge right now. So the echo is pretty insane. It's insane. The problem was, I was so excited about how it sounded that I started to lose focus. And that caused a pretty big problem. My accuracy is extremely bad. I don't even know where I'm aiming. I really wasn't feeling like Indiana Jones at this point. I either had the accuracy, but no power. Just like that, but stronger. Or the power, but no accuracy. No way. But I knew the only way to get both was to keep trying. Oh! Come on, I'm super close. No way. But just as I was getting closer, I was also getting super tired. Then it got worse. I was so tired that I accidentally crushed one of the cans on the ground, meaning now I had just one target to aim for. I'm getting so frustrated. Oh my god. My hand is on fire, guys. I think I'm missing something because the whip right now is not cracking when it hits the can. When the whip cracks, that's the moment in which it brings more speed and more power. I need to get better with my technique first. So what I was doing before, I was starting from here, moving the whip around, and basically hitting that way. So starting from here and hitting that way. But you see, there's no power there. Sure, I'd broken an apple, but if I wanted to have any hope of destroying the can, let alone the phone, I had to make sure I was getting the crack right against the target. You see, the crack is there. I then started hitting the can pretty consistently, but I couldn't break through the metal. I literally got my best hit ever, but it still didn't break. I don't know, guys. Better than that? I'm really not sure. But I was still confident. I spent so long improving my technique. I knew it was just a matter of time before I got the power and the accuracy at the same time. And then this happened. Yes! Yes! I almost lost hope. Instead, we started. we got better, and we actually got it. But that only meant that it was time for the next challenge. So before moving to the next test, and before trying to break my phone, I want to see what happens to the apples if I use the new technique. A few hours ago, I was whipping myself and had no accuracy or power whatsoever. Now, you see what I mean? Like I'm cracking it perfectly every single time, and I'm also way more accurate than before. This time, instead of taking 2 hours, I broke 2 apples in just 4 tries. I feel so great. I feel extremely confident about my skills with this thing. I had one final target left, the hardest one on the list. Either the whip was gonna destroy it, or the phone was gonna destroy the whip. So, before doing that, I had to learn a few other insane skills. Starting with finding out if the crazy whip tricks I saw in Indiana Jones were actually possible. A whip not only is a weapon able to cut, destroy, and make loud noises, it can also be a useful tool. Imagine if you find yourself in this situation. There is a fake hand holding a fake gun, and you're trapped. You have no options available. Unless you're Indiana Jones. The goal of this challenge is disarming somebody using a whip. But it turns out the whip, with a decent technique, is actually much more powerful than I expected. Didn't want to do that. I'm sorry. Listen, I got no time to go buy a new gun, so imagine this completely fine and working gun. So what I want to try now is hitting the gun, but with the gun in front of me. So imagining I was in incredible danger, I let the spirit of Harrison Ford possess me, and on literally the second try, completely disarmed. But it turns out the whip isn't just good for self-defense. Now I'm gonna actually prove this can be a useful tool. The second trick I saw from Indiana Jones is grab this stuff. Basically, by using a certain type of crack, you can wrap the whip around objects and basically grab them. Oh my god, almost! I was so close every time, but something was missing. Here's the problem. I can wrap it around stuff, but it unwraps immediately, and I don't know how to do it. It looks so freaking cool, but it wasn't grabbing properly. But then, finally, I saw a glimpse of hope. I was determined to get it, but I quickly realized I was just getting lucky, and there was something else I needed to change to master this technique. On this pole, the grip works 2 times out of 10, but look if I try on this thing. 1, really strong grip. 2, really strong grip. Now, I really knew I had it. It works every single time. So I guess the trick is trying to grip the right things. I don't think I'll be picking up my cup of coffee like this, but my skills have become more precise. With the new and improved technique, not only feel that I got much more powerful, I want to actually prove that I got the accuracy down. So the hardest accuracy test I've ever tried, and I tried it with cards, arrows, a sword, is blowing out a candle without hitting the candle. And now, I'm gonna try it with a whip. You know what's the real problem though? We only got 3 candles, so can't miss. After not that many tries, I'd already broken the first candle. This was so hard. I had to crack the whip just millimeters from the candle, while also trying not to break it. There was literally 0 margin for error. Come on! I'm so close. A couple of tries later, I broke the second candle, which meant I only had 1 left. Last candle, guys. Last one. Gotta be extremely careful. Moments later, I thought I might have screwed this challenge up completely when I hit the last candle. But by miracle, it survived the hit. That means I had 1 extra chance. But if I learned anything after 160 something skills, it's when you don't give up, you will succeed. Yes! 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 Let's move to the next test. I was feeling great, but was I really powerful enough to destroy my phone? It was time to find out. I knew to do that, I was gonna need the perfect combination of power and accuracy. We saw that the whip was able to completely destroy a bottle of water, absolutely explode an apple, and also a can of soda with the proper technique. But here's the question though. Is a whip able to destroy a smartphone? I'm not using my brand new phone, are you mad? But don't worry, I bought a new one for this test. 50 euros phone right here, more than enough. Perfect. So I got it set up, and it was time to try and destroy it. I literally have no idea what's gonna happen, but there's only one way to find out. So I tried to focus as much as I could, and I started trying. And although I missed the first shot, I was feeling great. Just listen to that crack. I hit it on my second try, but it didn't break. I did damage it though. You can clearly see the mark here. And I knew this phone was gonna be in places if I could nail the technique. But just when my hits didn't seem to be having any effect, I hit it so hard that after that I couldn't even find it. I was so sure I'd done it. The phone literally bounced through the rubble. But it turned out this phone was as indestructible as Indiana Jones hiding in a fridge. It's perfectly fine. The back came off, but the phone itself was completely okay. I wondered if we might have hit the limit of what this whip could actually do. Okay, I think the phone is definitely too strong for the whip, but I think I got a solution. I genuinely couldn't have hit the phone any better. So I decided to give my whip a little upgrade. You remember when I told you what is the cracker? When I use the whip, this little rope right here is the portion of the whip that brings more energy and more power. And it's also the portion of the whip that hits the target and causes damage. This cracker right here is made out of fabric, a soft material, and it still causes a ton of damage. What if the cracker was made out of, let's say, steel? This is the cracker before, this is the cracker right now. Let's test it. Before trying with the phone, I want to test it out a few times and let's see how it does. But while adding steel to my whip, it could also do more damage myself. Oh! Definitely hurts more than before, but on the plus side, I could break things so easily with this new cracker. Easy. Then I also made an even stronger cracker. Let's try with a soda can. If I open it at the first attempt, there's definitely something dangerous about this. And just like that, look at the cut. Look how clean this cut is. You see what happened? This thing is scary. It's scary. I really wasn't expecting it, but I guess now we're gonna try with this thing. I felt so ready. I knew that if I just focused on the technique, I'd nail the shot and make Indiana Jones proud. Alright guys, it doesn't work this way. It really doesn't work. I just want to see what happens. I set the phone up again, but as I was preparing to strike, I realized something. Our heroes aren't actually very different to us. They've probably just spent more time practicing something that we have. But when you refuse to give up, you can become your own hero. Definitely got it. If you like this video, I think you like. I want to learn to hold my breath for 4 minutes. The goal is beating my biggest fear by getting as close as possible to it. Sounds like a plan. First, I need to find out how long I can resist right now. And to prove I'm not cheating, I gotta swim in nose clip. This is how I'm gonna be talking from now on. I tried my very best, and I got 2 minutes and 30 seconds, which is good news. I mean, I only had to double that. Wait. I found 3 steps that should allow me to actually get there. Step 1. Practice breathing exercises. Turns out that being able to hold your breath for longer is an actual skill you can practice and you can improve. I just found an app that does exactly that. It basically trains your ability to hold your breath for longer by simply breathing, then holding your breath in cycles. When you breathe a lot, you store extra oxygen in your blood. That means when I hold my breath later, I already have extra oxygen in my body, which should let me hold my breath for longer. So I did the first 5 cycles, breathing lots, then holding my breath, all to get as close as possible to my goal. But I honestly had no idea if all this was even worth it. So I just successfully completed the breathing cycles and I learned something extremely important. Number 1, being in a relaxed position is absolutely fundamental. Number 2, I realized that this exercise is probably gonna be useful after weeks of practice. I'm just gonna ignore that, and now I'm gonna try to do a personal best once again. I took in as much oxygen as I could, and I was ready to start. Alright guys, so I'm gonna try it. Time to beat 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So I took a deep breath, and that was it. Now it was me versus my body. At first, it actually felt kinda peaceful. It was a chance to completely clear my mind and just relax. But after the first 2 minutes, I felt a change. This started to become extremely stressful. I had basically no oxygen left in my body, and I started to freak out, thinking I was gonna have to do this underwater. I had no idea how long had passed, but my fear was becoming a problem.
Bro, do you not have school? Why are you walking down like
my heart was
stairs for 6 hours at this time of the morning?
I couldn't hold it any longer. 242. Still extremely far from the goal though. I think we gotta move to step 2. Step 2, the dive reflex. So I've been using a heart rate monitor to prepare for this video, and my resting heart rate is about 60, 65, 70 BPM. While I was holding my breath in the latest attempt, my heart rate was 107. I felt my heart pounding in my chest. And I'm not an expert, but I think that's not great, because the faster your heart beats, the more oxygen it burns, and the less you're gonna be able to hold your breath. Thankfully, the dive reflex should be able to fix exactly that. The dive reflex is activated when your face goes underwater, and your body basically tries to protect you. Your heart rate slows down to stop you using extra oxygen, and it also redirects blood to the brain and the main organs, basically to make sure you stay alive. The cool part is, they actually use this in movies like Mission Impossible and Avatar for underwater scenes. So, if I activated the dive reflex, I should be able to hold my breath for longer. I got the water. What I'm gonna try to do right now is is to relax myself for a while so my heart rate drops. And then, with a wet face, I'm gonna attempt to hold my breath once again. I'm so curious if it's gonna make an actual difference. So I poured water on my face and the heart rate actually dropped. Oh, 75. I guess I'm gonna just try to hold my breath and see how it goes. I poured the water on my face to activate the dive reflex and I was ready to try again. Personal best, 242. Let's try now. This time, I was sure I could do better. I'd spent the last hour practicing these breathing techniques, but something felt wrong. For some reason, I was struggling after less than 2 minutes, and I knew 4 minutes was gonna be absolutely impossible right now. Nothing changed. Worse than before. The scary part was, I was gonna try to do this 4 minutes underwater, but I was seriously doubting if I could get it. Then I decided to give it another go. I washed my face and I started. This time, I knew I had to get better. So I tried to relax as much as possible. I breathed in a ton of oxygen and I stayed calm all the way through, ignoring the stress and the pain. And then I looked at my phone. I was getting 3 freaking minutes. 3 minutes, guys. But I still didn't want to give up. I knew I could stay longer, even if I was suffering, even if it was painful. And then, when I really had 0 oxygen left, I quit. 322! 322, boys! 322! The biggest difference I saw with the dive reflex was when I was about to quit. Before, without washing my face, when I felt that I had no oxygen in my lungs, I just gave up right away. This way, I could go like 1 minute longer. I don't know how that's possible, but I just kept going. I think that's it. Here's the problem though. I had absolutely no fear doing this outside. If I passed out, I could simply breathe again. But holding my breath underwater was gonna be a completely different story. So I didn't feel confident to try underwater until I got it on dry land first. Guys, I'm super relaxed. So now I'm gonna try it again. So I activated the dive reflex, took some deep breaths, and I was ready. My first attempt failed because the nose pincher made my ears pop. I don't like this thing at all. So I tried again, and this time I felt good. I wasn't even thinking about my earlier fails, and my whole body was just relaxed. There is so much that can go wrong here. The dive reflex, the breathing, even the mindset. But even though I practiced all this, at some point the pain still came back. My lungs were burning, my cat thought I was crazy, and eventually had to stop. But against all odds, I actually got more than 4 minutes for the first time. We started practicing yesterday evening. Yesterday evening, guys. The next day, I arrived at the pool. I was expecting to come here in a few days, but given the results of yesterday, I guess I'm gonna just go for it. It was time to try this underwater and finally face my fear. But honestly, I was already getting nervous. 170 skills, I can't put this on. Here's the plan. Step 1, I'm gonna try to bring my heart rate down. I'm gonna relax myself. Step 2, I'm gonna activate the dive reflex by going underwater. Step 3, I'm gonna breathe a lot for 1 minute. Step 4, I'm gonna go for it. You probably get why this is dangerous. If you pass out and you're underwater, that's a problem. To prevent that, my best friend was checking on me at all times. So please guys, don't try this by yourself. Alright, this time the dive reflex is actually working. I went from like 90 to 72 in seconds. I'm scared, to be honest. 65. Oh my god, it's dropping. Alright guys, so I'm gonna go for it. It was now or never. You guys know, sometimes you just gotta be brave and try it. I had no idea if I was gonna make it because I couldn't check the time. Once again, it was me versus my own mind. But something was not right. Being underwater, as soon as I had the feeling of drowning, I felt the fear coming back. I started to panic, and even though I wanted to get this so bad, I had to stop right away. Well, that was disappointing. When I was down there, I thought I was like at 4 minutes, and then my friend told me 2. That broke me. I was so frustrated. It was way worse than yesterday, but I wasn't gonna give up. I got over 4 minutes the previous day, and I knew I could do it again. But for some reason, being in the water felt completely different. No matter how hard I tried, holding my breath underwater was freaking me out. At the start of the day, I seriously thought I was gonna get it, but my fear kept getting the better of me. After a while, I was defeated. Guys, I absolutely have no idea what went wrong today. went terribly bad. Listen, I'm gonna go back home, I'm gonna practice a lot, I'm gonna get it. So I went home and I started practicing, to then try underwater once again. And while doing that, I realized two things. If I think about it, I was kinda tense when I tried, but I need to stay absolutely still and relaxed. And that is huge. And the second one, I need to convince my brain that I can do it. It's mental, it's a fight with your brain, because when you reach the limit, you can actually still go for a lot, you know?
Yo, wait, you're streaming. That means people can hear me right now. The one viewer.
Evening, I go by lots of names. You have 7 counts of stealing NFTs and shall be punished.
What's my favorite slur?
Roblox Genshin Impact. Goodbye.
I'ma just, you know.
As for Joseph and Vincent, you shall.
Hello chat, today we're gonna be streaming a Dreaming Hunter for Fate.
After the incident, it appears that I am now in a world of only stone, starting with nothing. It also seems that the physics of this dimension are quite different from the real world, as I can punch pebbles out of the stone without hurting my hands. And I could smash these pebbles back into cobblestone. With this cobble, I was able to create my workbench. And by using my sheer strength, I broke this stone into sticks, and created a hammer purely made out of cobblestone. As you may know, hammers can crush objects, usually leading to the object becoming a new object. The same is true in this world. Stone can be pounded into gravel, and gravel can be reduced to dirt. But wait, did you hear that? There is a live life in the dirt. How do we get it out, you may ask?
Stone can be pounded.
We would need a crook. With this crook, I could find surprising objects in this dirt, including but not limited to, saplings. These saplings do not need sunlight or water. Instead, they feed off of steam torquing. And there we have it. Full-grown wood. But while you might think that these trees only provide wood, these leaves will also be essential for human development. For 2 reasons. The crook can kidnap worms that have been living in the
How much hours have you spent on this, bro?
Purposely destroying my trees by releasing these worms back into nature. These worms leave behind silk, also known as string. And what's better than 1 string, is 9 string.
Many?
Enough to make a sieve. By assembling the sieve
Alright,
with
well,
the
you
sieve
gotta
and
spend
sieve,
some more,
I
honestly.
can now filter gravel and other materials into some shiny rocks. But not just gravel. Dirt can be grounded into sand, and sand is turned into dust, which is the final tier. So there's 5 tiers of smashing stuff. And by sieving gravel,
Yo, the
sand,
guy's
or
streaming
dust,
right now.
you can get different ores. And not just basic ores such as
That's
iron,
wild.
but other rare ores and weird items and powders. We can smelt them now, but we will come back to these later. But while leaves are good for being
Okay, this guy's literally
consumed by
been
worms, they can
paid
also
for
be
like
dried in a crucible to separate the water from them.
1 million hours.
While water can moisturize the average human, Steve's cells do not need water. But water can be used to moisturize dust blocks instead.
Like, he's probably spent
The
over like
result,
2 days.
clay.
on this.
This is where things get real. Now introducing the smeltery, which requires bricks from clay. The smeltery is basically a furnace but 10 times convalescenter and 10 times massiver. Instead of using precious fuel, it uses lava to smelt stuff. Double the output as the noob furnace, which is why we don't use the furnace to smelt anything. But did I say smelt? I meant melt. With this you can melt anything into molten anything and
Okay,
cast
so
it
you
into
see
any
the spikes
shape
above you?
want. So obviously the smeltery
If you
is
just
our
touch
next
him,
goal. But first it was time to
you'll
make
insta-win.
improvements to our infrastructure. Instead of having
Like,
to
trust
wait
me.
until the heat death of the universe just for water because of how slow it
100%
was, we
serious
could make
right
an
now.
infinite water source. And why use a normal hammer when we can use the compressed hammer?
Like, touch
If
the
you
wall.
do the math, the compressed hammer is 9 times more efficient. And why use a string mesh when we can cover it in flint to make the mesh V2, which makes new items available for sieving. And we got bone
Like,
meal
you're gonna do
from
this
going
100%.
through dust. Mixing clay and bone meal makes
Just 'cause
this.
I went in the
7
stream, you
of
know?
these in the U shape make a crucible. By putting
I'm like
a
a
heat
blessing.
source under it, it can melt stone
You
into
really
lava.
can't fail now.
With this lava and water, we can make a cobblestone generator. But not that type. We're talking about this mini cobblestone
like, get it?
generator that automatically outputs
Get it?
cobblestone. So we can say goodbye to
Get
manually
it?
mining cobblestone. With this
Get
stone,
it?
it took a bit of crushing to get all of
Get
the
it?
clay, sand and gravel we would need for the
Get it?
smeltery.
You get
and
it?
after several other steps, the smeltery was ours. Keep in mind that so far,
do you get it, dog?
everything you see here originated from just stone. But what now? It was time to get all the other 100 types of resources we would need to progress. And while sieving and smelting would be useful, there is a new type of resource. Animals.
Alright guys, let me do some ASMR for the
We
stream.
would need to magically lure them out of the stone. And this
Oh
would
my
require
gosh,
a
oh
bait
my
trap. This aforementioned bait would come from stringing apples from the leaves we destroyed earlier. And now we just wait. Spoiler alert, the trap doesn't work
minus
without
1157,
grass. I then spent several days
1572
trying to get
is
grass
some
in this
cats
bait,
here. I
and
love cats,
accidentally
man.
got grass seeds by
Yes,
sieving dirt. But anyways, back to getting resources.
You love
Except
that.
sieving was getting boring. So I used a better
Guys, some
version
eyes
known
looking
as
at
the
me.
heavy
That's
sitter,
kinda weird,
which
honestly.
is 9 times more efficienter. It is the efficient.
personally, if there was eyes looking at me, I wouldn't do that.
And mass crushing and mass sieving it. I was now drowning
Okay guys,
in massacres.
I'm not
But those
for
are
minus
no
without
use if
surprise
they
was
aren't
saying.
smelted. It was time to melt them and cast them into ingots with a
77.
completed smeltery. In order to
Did you know
cast
it's
stuff,
9/11?
we would
That's
need
bars.
a mold.
Yo, the
By
whole that's
placing
bars.
an
That's
object
bars.
on the casting table and pouring molten
You're
gold
about
on
to
it,
get spiked.
you will create a mold that is the shape of the object.
Never mind.
In this case, an ingot. I can then use the
Bro is
smeltery
no
to
hit?
melt stone into
Well, guess
molten
what?
stone, and
I'm about to
cast
hit
them
it.
into more seared ingots into more smeltery stuff. Now we will do the same
That's
with
on God.
metal.
That's on you.
But wait. By melting different metals at once, these molten materials can mix to make alloys. And with a mixture of 2/3
Okay,
iron
bro,
and
touch the little
1/3 nickel,
girl.
I made invert. This was a good material to make a hammer out of, because of this feature. So here's the plan. I am going to mine
Dude,
out
touch
a
him.
big 50-block long hallway and leave it dark.
Why are you running
Then
away
I
from
wait
him?
here
That's
for
what's
mobs
weird.
to
Just touch
spawn
the
there.
girls.
And we were going to go hard on
That's what
the
you meant to do, I'm pretty sure.
But this
Like,
was
that's
a
why I did it.
terrible idea. The difficulty was hard. And these mobs were super buff. Plus I was too lazy to make armor. So we would need a
damn!
sword, a shield, and a bucket of lava. In case I got overwhelmed by mobs, I would
Alright,
place
guys,
the
you wanna hear a
lava and
story?
drown them all out. This was especially useful when it came
Wow,
to
there's
overpowered zombies.
0 viewers
I
on your
didn't feel
stream.
like fighting. However, some mobs were too quick for my
Like,
lava
that's
stand.
crazy.
And as if baby zombies weren't enough, we now have baby
I mean, you're about to beat it though, so
But
like,
after a while of mob
never back down,
grinding,
everyone.
I got some decent loot, including bones
Never
for
give
more
up.
bone meal. After all this fighting, Steve got a little hungry.
Never back down,
The
everyone.
only food source we had were apples, rotten flesh, and zombie brains,
Never give
which
up.
I will be eating throughout most of the playthrough. It
Alright,
also
peace,
appears
bro.
that I got an epic
Good
loot
luck
crate,
on your fate.
which was not epic at all, because I don't even know what this is. Back at the base, I was sowing dirt, and in this dirt were several different crops, including potatoes and beetroot. With this bone meal and the seeds obtained from sowing dirt, we now had a decent crop farm. Just kidding. We only needed wheat for the next part. While I was doing all this stuff, The trap had trapped some chickens and apparently it became an egg, which could become a chicken. But let's do the math. If we multiply the chances of getting a chicken from throwing eggs times 1, we get 1 out of 16. But we have a 1 out of 1, aka 100% chance, of hatching a chicken by putting an egg in a nest. This nest needs 27 wheat, which needs a rather considerably medium amount of bone meal to grow. To get that much bone meal, we need a better mob farm than just a hallway. So I made a few improvements to the aforementioned mob farm. By turning this wall into a trap which leads to a mob grinder, these clueless mobs could not fight back. Not to mention these guys kept dropping surprise mechanic boxes, so if you see random things popping up in my inventory, such as 4 gold ingots, it will be from loot boxes. But as I was using my bare hands to turn bone into bone meal, I had a sudden realization. By making a crusher and using it to stomp on bones, I could double my annual bone meal production. And now that I was drowning in bone meal, we could raise the funds needed to make a nest. But that is half the journey. After my nested egg hatched and grew into an adult chicken, I would need to make a roost to store it. And everything chicken related needs little more wheat, which we did not have yet. In the meantime though, I MLG trapped this chicken and let it lay eggs for the rest of eternity, so we could get more chickens. We would need a lot later on. On the quest to grow more wheat, I became desperate. And I went too far into the cave looking for skeletons. As a result, I was ambushed by Creeper Special Forces and was nearly assassinated in the following gas explosion, leaving me at half a heart. But it was worth it. The quest for the roost was over. The chicken now had a place to lay whatever it wanted. But wait, you might be saying out loud at the screen, these chickens are so useless and only make feathers. The thing is, I can breed chickens together for a chance for a mutation to happen. This may lead to chickens being born that lay snow instead of eggs. There were about 15 different resource chickens to obtain and the final tier will be extremely important. But we are forgetting something. While these chickens were cool and all, there is another type of resource we need. These chickens created solid materials, but cows could be milked for liquids. Not just milk though. But there are about 50 different other cows in the game, and each one can be milked for a specific liquid. Just like chickens, each are obtained by breeding 2 cows together from a lower tier, all starting with this guy. So how do we give birth to this guy? By cooking meat obtained from the trap and drying it to make leather, and pouring some molten stone into a bucket, and combining everything, I created the molten stone cow. And we could milk it for the delicious molten stone. Or we can do something cooler with it. By making a lava cow and breeding it with our pre-existing stone cow, it gave birth to a molten coal cow. Are you seeing a theme here? You can breed nearly any living thing. While the tier 1 cows are milk, lava, water and molten stone, the tier 1 chickens are just different colors. Then we just go hard on the breeding from there. But how do we get color in the first place, in this boring stone world? It was time to upgrade from a flint mesh to the iron mesh. With this we can now find basically every vanilla ore, and other things, including glowstone, emeralds, diamonds, redstone, and lapis. And with that we can get the final tier of mesh, the diamond mesh. By using this mesh, I was now richer than Elon Musk, and we had materials we could use to make colored eggs. But after all this resource production, we had no room to keep all our riches. And the smeltery was going too slow to smelt the aforementioned riches. So as the old saying goes, we should upgrade the smeltery so we can smelt a bajillion ingots at once. The bigger, the better. I then used this redstone timer I found in a loot crate to send a signal next to the smeltery output every picosecond. I then put a hopper and chest below the casting area. So we were now making ingots automatically. Then I just dumped every ore I had in there. Which went terribly wrong. Because if you randomly put 2 or more different types of ores in there, you will make alloys on accident. And this led to a lot of wasted items. Other than that we had a multitude of spare metals. As for the materials I couldn't smelt, I used them to obtain the blue, red, and yellow egg, and I breeded them in this box thingy. Blue chicken plus wood chicken makes snow chicken. Snow chicken and yellow chicken make clay chicken. And we were working on the slime chicken. After getting enough leather to make the water and lava cows, I began making the tier 2 and 3 cows. Disclaimer: most of these cows are useless and are only a stepping stone to get higher tier cows. Anyways, these cows had a cool down on breeding of 5 minutes, so I would have to wait for them while they wandered around. But when they felt like breeding, water and lava cows give birth to obsidian cows. Stone and water cows make clay. Clay and coal make iron. But sometimes, these breeding experiments go wrong, causing me to make a cow I already have. So I executed them. Meanwhile, there was this peculiar object I found while sowing through gravel. The grain of infinity. With this, I can begin making machines. And since we had quite a few basic materials from the smelting thingy, we could begin industrializing. But not so fast. We would need power. How do we get power? I enslaved my lava cow to stand here and produce lava. And using this donut-shaped generator I made, I turned the lava into energy. This energy is stored in the self-explanatory energy storage, and by using lead wires, I can transfer energy anywhere. Now for the first machine. The alloy smelter, which is obtained from the infinity grains I got earlier. Now instead of using the smeltery to create alloys very haphazardly, I could now use this more convenient alloy method. Now I only create alloys when I feel like it. As I got more cows, the base got more chaotic. And some of them wandered right into the mob farm. I caught my water cow associating with some zombies and a creeper. I had to go on a rescue mission, but that would probably lead to all the mobs escaping. But I do not care. I proceeded to capture this cow, leading to a near explosion. Speaking of which, I completely forgot I had a mob farm and I didn't clear it out, leading to the entire population of Europe being stuck in the trap. I attempted to destroy them with my lava, but that set about 2 creepers on fire, leading to a SCP containment failure. I was out of here. But I was overreacting. Because it was only 2 zombies. So I just assassinated them and unexploded the trap. Anyways, with these cows banned from traveling out of the base, it was time to obtain the normal cow. Ironically, we had every type of cow except the normal type, and the normal type can only be obtained by buying it from the market. The market is basically 1 emerald, 4 wool and 4 wood that basically turns into a market. I then traded with whoever was inside the market, and we agreed on 9 emeralds for a cow. Now that we had all 4 basic cows, we can breed anything we want. Starting with using the water cow and normal cow to make the slime cow. And unlike these other cows, the slime cow will be useful for reasons I will explain later. I made the second machine, known as the induction smelter. But wait. This is basically the same thing as the alloy smelter but renamed in a fancy way. The difference is that it is the only way to create the machine presses needed to create our first circuits. But that's far ahead of us, so I was going to place it and not use it for the next few hours. We had more pressing matters, including enchanting. This mob farm did not make experience fast enough, and we needed quite some XP to get juicy enchants that would be useful. Luckily, experience can be milked from cows. We just need to do the following. Breeding iron and coal cows into steel. Having the coal cow remarry to its new child to make dark steel cows. While this was fun and all, I found a glitch that allows you to skip waiting for cows to grow in the breeding timer. If you use the cow want to turn cows into items and respawn them, they forget their age and marriage status. But should we really abuse a glitch for our own benefit? The answer is yes. Obsidian cows and dark steel cows make end steel cows. Making the steel cow remarry to its new grandchild creates ender pearl cows. Iron and obsidian breed gold. Gold and ender pearls create liquid XP. By milking the liquid XP guy and dumping it into a tank, and drinking it straight from the tank, you become more experienced. Now that we were at tier 5 cows, I fired all the tier 1 cows that had run out of breeding possibilities. And we now had enough levels to use an enchanting table. But there is a better way, known simply as the enchanter. a complicated machine, which would need products from other machines. First we make a pulverizer and crush coal into coal powder. Then we use the alloy smelter to make steel from that. Crushing obsidian and smelting it with steel creates dark alloy, the base of the enchanter. And the rest is simple. So the enchanter can create any specific enchantment book you want if you give the right materials, and it doesn't need to be surrounded by bookshelves. This will be very useful later. Since we still had lots of materials, it was time to continue industrializing. Because we couldn't visit the nether, we would have to use chickens to obtain nether resources. And I happened to have 8 nether quartz chickens from failed breeding experiments. So I enslaved them for free quartz. But that isn't the only quartz in town. There is Certus quartz hiding in normal sand, with some of it being charged. By mixing these charged ones, the quartz, and redstone in water, you get fluix. A material that will be very important as well. The slime I got from a few days ago would also be useful, for sticky pistons. An ingredient for the delicious inscriber, which presses materials into circuit parts into circuits. This and the fluix lead up to the Me system. One of the greatest mysteries of mankind is what the Me stands for, but it is the greatest mystery that the Me system is the usefulest tool in the game. You can store nearly anything in it. It has a Google search engine for all your stored items. And it can automatically craft stuff for you. You can say goodbye to these ugly unorganized chests and doing anything manually. There is one problem. The presses needed are expensive to get. Even with the current gaming setup. This is where the enchantment table stuff comes in. There exists an enchant known as Civ Fortune. Which is fortune, but on a civ. But to get it you will need 270 end stone. The issue is we were not in the end. End stone without end is stone. So how do we get end stone with the end in it? It wouldn't be so easy. And I was getting tired of explaining everything I did, so here's a time lapse. There you have it. Civ Fortune. I was not disappointed by the newly improved Civ. And as for the end stone dimension a few hundred blocks above us, we would revisit it later, for more interesting loot. Now that we had 4 full metal blocks thanks to the Civ V3, we got all 4 presses. Now it was time to begin making the Me system. First I printed out some circuits and combined them to make processors. I then used the processors to make more processors, by upgrading the inscriber for faster processing speed. The next thing we shall do with circuits is make a bunch of hard drives, a storage for the hard drives, the Me system controller, some computer cables, and a computer screen. After building the new gaming PC and putting on the screen, I could now do one of the most satisfying things in any playthrough. Taking everything out of these chests and shoving it into the system through this screen. How this works is that items in this system are stored as data in the hard drives, so these hard drives are kinda like chests. And everything stored in these drives can be accessed through the screen. Now that we had a good storage system, it was time to continue industrializing. Now you may be wondering, what's the point of all this industrialization? What goal are we working for? I will be keeping it a secret for now. But just know that we have lots of things to do. Speaking of things, the amount of things on planet Earth is 100 quadrillion. But the amount of things subscribed to me is 300,000. Can we please surpass the amount of things on Earth in sub count? Thank you. Anyways, back to what I was talking about. The next thing I shall do is make a nuclear reactor. With the amount of machines I was running, this enslaved cow was simply not energetic enough. And even 100 lava cows could not compare to the nuclear reactor. So it is time for the greatest part of the playthrough. Fully customizable nuclear reactors. They come in all shapes and sizes. And on the inside are infinitely many different core designs. But which one was the most efficient and resource friendly? I did a bit of thinking. And I hatched a plan. We would make a 7x7x7 reactor, and on the inside were 5 reactor rods that were cooled by graphite and molten redstone. And for fuel, we would only need a few ingots of uranium from 7 sand. To get all the reactor materials, I would need to crush into a total of nearly 3,000 cobblestone. But that was easy. I spent the next 2 days going through 1,000 dust, 1,000 gravel, and sand, and dumping all of the ores into the smeltery, which had been expanded recently to prepare for this. Next we used some iron, gold, redstone, and coal to make the reactor parts. This would take a bit of processing, but don't worry about all these different parts we need. They are easily obtained with just a bit of processing of the ores we have. There is just one problem. These processing machines were as slow as the Hubble expansion of space-time. Luckily, these machines could be upgraded to higher tiers. And with these tiers, come new upgrade slots. And these aforementioned upgrades include all of these. But this was the best of these. And all this was also pretty cheap. And worth it. While the reactor parts were being manufactured, I was going to clear out space for the reactor. And what better place to put it than right here. Next I began building a 7x7x7 cube on the outside, 5 rods in the center, some graphite blocks, and molten redstone coolant. Now for the question everyone keeps asking, even though they know the answer is already no. Can this reactor explode? The answer is no. So we're safe from any form of nuclear reactor stupidity. After booting up the reactor, the entire power grid was overloaded with energy. But oh well. I would no longer have to gain resources manually. With this energy I could create an auto-sieving setup. Here's how it works. First we make an auto-smasher and an auto-heavy siever. Then we connect the cobble gen to the smasher to an automatic crafting table to compress blocks for the heavy siever. While I let this run, we still had some leftover materials from making the reactor. And you know what this means. Even more machines. So basically over the next several days I use this time to automate more stuff in my base. First we shall make the object known as the interface, which is basically an extension of the ME system. Anything you put in it will be sent to the system if it's connected. So I attached it to the autosieve to pipe in all the juicy ore chunks. Next up, plastic. Plastic is usually obtained from oil in real life, but we do not have oil. But we have trees. By making a tree fluent extractor and latex producer, we can turn trees into rubber into plastic. With this plastic, I made the self-explanatory mob slaughterer. Instead of giving normal mob loot when it annihilates stuff, it only gives liquid meat. And yes, it can be put in a bucket. And when you put the meat in you get instantly full. So we can say goodbye to eating rotten flesh. Another thing that can be done with this plastic is to make the seriously overpowered stonework factory. The reason it's called a factory is that it creates stone instantly and can smelt, hammer, and craft at a mind-boggling speed, all in one machine. So we can say goodbye to our enslaved automatic hammer guy, and say hello to even more resources. But while making all these new machines, it was getting tiring to make everything manually. Now introducing auto crafting, a feature of the ME system. Here's how it works. First we will make some molecular assemblers, blank patterns, processing units, and more inscribers since we need processors galore. Next I attached ME interfaces to every machine we wanted to automate. The interface can export items into machines and take the output. The patterns describe what to input and what to expect for the output, and once you put it in the interface next to the machine, you can now order that item to be made. The molecular assembler is a machine that is basically a crafting table. And the processing unit is the CPU to handle all the auto-crafting. With all of this set up, mass production was possible. Instead of just one stonework factory, why not 6? And instead of just sieving dust, we now had a processing line for sieving sand and gravel. And we were now automatically getting every single type of metal chunk we would need. However, ore chunks on their own are useless. And at this point, even the massive smeltery was becoming too slow for making materials. So how do we automatically turn them into ingots a faster way? Allow me to show you my new plan. A new automatic crafter to compress ore chunks from the sieves. Yet another stonework factory for making sand. A new induction smelter connected to the sand maker and the ore chunk thingy. Behold, the new most efficient way to smelt ingots. All of this leads up to the next phase of the game. Now that we had lots of iron ingots, it was time to move on to a higher tier of machines, which would need a new material, steel. To accomplish steel, we will begin by making the metal blah 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 infusion, which is basically an alloy smelter, but it sounds cool. And we can use this to inject coal into iron. Doing this twice gives steel dust. To a higher tier of machines, which would need a new material, steel. To accomplish steel, we will begin by making the metal blah 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 infusion, which is basically an alloy smelter, but it sounds cool. And we can use this to inject coal into iron. Doing this twice gives steel dust, which can be smelted into ingots. Now we just repeat the last 3 steps but faster. By using this thingy called the enrichment chamber to turn coal into a fancier sounding coal, steel was 10 times more cost efficient to get. And obviously this machine was upgradable up to 10 times faster. Speaking of upgrades, around this time I was overall upgrading everything in my base. Upgrading speed upgrades. Upgrading the storage system for more space. Upgrading the alloy smelter so I can install an upgrade that can be upgraded. And you get the point. But it was time for the ultimate upgrade. The upgrade to end all upgrades. The resonant kit. And not just one, but I was going to mass produce them. Here's how. First I got some platinum from some molten platinum cows. Then, I made some water pumps. An igneous extruder which automatically makes obsidian from the water pumps and lava from the crucible. An XP drain. A glacial precipitator to make snow. A fluid transposer to make magic hoogly doogly from XP snow. All leading up to the resonant upgrade kit. And I was going to use it on the ore smelter. With the completely maxed out ore smelter, my ore processing chain was done. And I now own thousands of ingots, ready for use. And it was time for phase 3.681 of my plan. While it may seem that overpowered setups like this take the survival out of this survival challenge, things were about to get a lot harder. You may remember the drop of evil I got from killing wither skeletons. As it turns out I had a spare one. And by using it on an area of dirt, you get corrupted land. Similar to Terraria corruption. This will lead to a rather uncanny thing happening, known as super buff mobs spawning at a ridiculously fast rate which will probably kill me. And this was necessary to get further in the game. You see, after the incident, I was planning to break back into the Earth dimension by making some sort of portal. But after building this entire factory, almost entirely from just stone, I realized that this stone dimension was way better than Earth. It was all mine. And I have big plans for my new world. Just wait and see.
Coca-Cola, don't forget dies. And I'm not making money off the monkey fork, bitch. So I'ma sell clocks, bitch. Motherfucking clocks. Look at this ancient ass clock here. This motherfucking clock here is nice. You need to goddamn tell the time and everything. God motherfucking. Damn! What happened to my motherfucking clock, bitch? Oh, me, bro. Why? Help! God motherfucking damn.
Today we're speedrunning Meteor 60 Seconds. In this game we learned that a meteorite is about to collide with the Earth and we only have 60 seconds left to live. So yeah, pretty much in this game everyone is gonna go crazy, including the news anchor, who, yeah, he's living his best life. Now we'll actually get into the game and we'll start our timer as soon as our guy can start moving, and we're heading straight over to the left. We will kiss that kid so he can get a bat, and yeah, just make our way over. There are a total of 9 different endings in this game, the first one unfortunately requiring beating up that dog, but we will be getting every single ending for this speedrun, and there's our first one, nuclear receiver. You will also notice that we also pause our timer during cutscenes, so we only time the actual gameplay. That's just what the speedrunning community decided, and it actually works out perfectly for me, because now we can watch each of the endings. And for the first one, we will see that this was actually a simulation to do a personality test. And not only did the doctor see what we just did, but our family did as well. So yeah, first of all, our mom is like, wow, you're kinda weird, so is our girlfriend. But our nephew is really happy and decides that he'll also kill people, so that's an upside. So now let's start the game again and go into our next ending. And this ending is going to be the escape by yourself ending. So what we're gonna do is go over to the right, kiss that girl so we get her to follow us, and get rid of those barricades where we can see this rocket. Now to get past this guy, what we need is a distraction, which is where the girl is gonna come in. He's gonna get distracted by her and we can take the rocket ship, which instead of going after the meteor or anything like that, we're gonna completely dodge it and make sure that we are the only people to live. I'm not sure why the government didn't decide to like try to get more people in this rocket, but that doesn't matter because hey, we're still alive. And this ending is interesting because it turns out you weren't supposed to live this simulation and now we're stuck in there, which makes our mom really upset that we can't wake up. The girlfriend's like, wow, you're selfish, we should break up. And our nephew is like, I'm gonna be a coward too. Yay, we teach him such good lessons. Now we're on to the third ending where we're gonna sacrifice ourselves to explode the meteorite. So right away, what we're gonna do, just like before, is take this bat and unfortunately beat up this dog, so I'm really sorry, guy. But after that, we're gonna beat up a human, which who cares about that guy, and take his gun because that's gonna be a bit faster. Now we're gonna get the nuclear receiver and start going all the way over to the right, because obviously we're gonna need the rocket. There's gonna be this baseball guy, which as long as we're fast enough, we will make it past him and not worry about it. Then we can use our gun to take care of that dude, get in the rocket, and all we have to do is now fly to the meteorite, which this time, instead of escaping by ourselves, we're going straight at the thing. And I mean, you can see for yourself, we still have 20 seconds, so we're not worried about time at all. We can place that right there and then get the missile to go and explode us. We also get this great cinematic shot, which gotta love that art. But yeah, we were pretty heroic that time. Then we get to see that our mom is proud of us and thinks we're like a movie star. Our girlfriend had no idea we were that responsible, and our nephew wants to be a hero just like us. But there is still some unnecessary bloodshed, so our next ending is going to be saving the world without hurting a single person. And how we're going to do this is getting the other dog, kissing that dog, which gets the two dogs to meet and fall in love with each other, which lets us go through. Then we can kiss that kid, take his bat, and get the nuclear reactor just like normal before heading back. We're not going to get the gun or anything like that because of course we're doing the pacifist run, even if it is a little bit more boring. And yep, we made it past that dude as well, and we'll kiss this girl. So yeah, so far we have done nothing that will hurt anybody, which means we're being the perfect hero. Now what we can do is go and bring this girl over to this guy, which it takes a little bit of time, but finally we're gonna be able to get on our rocket ship, and we only have a tiny bit of time to spare, but this is a speed run, so I already know I made it in time, especially since all we have to do now is land on the meteorite, place down the thing, and that makes 4 out of 9 done. But this ending is kind of messed up, because legitimately our entire family is like, you aren't that type of person. You aren't cool enough to do this, and they think I cheated or something, which, to be fair, I have played this game many times, but they don't need to know about that. But don't worry, I know what you're thinking. We want more bloodshed. We don't want this saving the world stuff, and we will get to that after doing nothing for a minute, because this is the ending for sitting here and literally pressing nothing. But I mean, hey, this is the perfect time to say, if you've been enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe. And I never say this, but turn on the bell if you want notifications. Helps out the channel a lot. Just saying, I'd appreciate it. Anyways, I'll see you when this waiting is done. But there we go. Finally, our 1 minute is up, and we get to see this amazing animation where the meteorite destroys us. And yeah, that was a great time. I also love this ending because it is exactly what our family was expecting. They're like, I'm relieved you did nothing. Good job. And we even have a dance party because of it. Well, I mean, everybody's happy except for our nephew, who says boring. Yeah, that's pretty sad. But we're back onto our next ending, and for this one, we're just gonna kiss a bunch of dudes. We go one by one, kissing every dude we see. There's no real amount that you have to get. You can just kiss as many dudes as you want. And yeah, since we've kissed so many guys, one of their girlfriends got mad at us and is slapping us so much that she eventually stops being able to slap us. I mean, I applaud the effort. This is impressive. I'm just happy we're going out living our best lives, and I guess also our best deaths. And I also do really love this ending. Our mom didn't really expect it from us. Our girlfriend is like, I'm breaking up with you, and our nephew does whatever this is with his tongue. But the cool part is the doctor tells us that he's into us, and we decide to grab some coffee together. So yeah.
So, I don't have any plans, but someone did suggest something that I want to try. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it from 5. I'm gonna look away, I'm gonna count down from 5, and the first level that I see is the one I'm playing, and I'll play it for, say, 10 minutes, something like that. Give me good levels, guys. Okay, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now. Prismatic Haze was the one I saw. I remember when this came out. I was like, wow, Gizbro, you got a level. Gizbro makes some of the best gameplay, straight up. Oh yeah, guys, I should mention, I'm gonna start editing my own videos, like, kind of frequently. I don't know what it was. Editing the sync video gave me a whole new perspective on, like, getting my shit out. Alex will still edit some stuff, though. This is, like, insane. I don't remember anything about how to play this. It's wild, but it's still good. I love it. It's actually, like, legitimately hard to make gameplay like this and have it be, like, actually consistent. Dude. Dude. Will I get it? Will I get the fish? No, see, I'm good. How far can I get from 0? I want to get to the drop. Building with technical. Nah, I will never do that again after the cube incident. 28. That's good enough for me. Psychosis, yes! Yeah! You know what? Let's just keep getting levels like this stream. That would be insane. I'll have fun, you know? Cool. Nice. Very good, me. 67. Now, what if I just do 67 to 100 right now? What if I could just, like, rebeat this level right now? Die 99 for the memes? You know what? Maybe I will. Get owned. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Eventually, I'll get a bad level. Still remember how to do that. Somehow, now that I'm playing this, I actually want to bring this up. In a world where 2.2 actually is optimized enough to where levels like Ocular Miracle can be uploaded and played realistically, I would actually love at some point to verify like an update to Ocular Miracle with like bug fixes and like have that version rated. I would actually like try to do that if 2.2 is actually optimized enough for it. Cause like I want to verify this in full detail and fix all of the bullshit with it. Cause like a 6-minute level, it was hard to find like all of the dumb stuff with it. crazy. I still remember how to do most of this part. Oh my god, dude. I still remember being at this part from 0, and it was like that was like these were some of the most nervous attempts I've ever done in this game. Those streams were like those streams were just different. You had to be there, just straight up. You really had to be there to see the streams. Like, they were just different from anything I've ever done in this game. Like, even watching the highlights video isn't enough. What? Wait, what? Since when was that possible? And you can live? Oh, man. This level's fucking amazing. Oh my god, I want to keep playing it, but no, I have to move on. You gave me such a good level, and now I have to move on. I can't play it anymore. When? Oh man, I'll look at my phone, guys. I'm gonna look at a tweet, and when I'm done looking at the tweet, I will look over. GD Zoink, a few 60 FPS frame perfects. 60 FPS frame perfects and tidal wave. 200! Okay, I'm done looking at the tweet. All right, practice run, here we go. We're gonna be stuck here for 7 years. Oh yeah, and by the way, the last 2 days, I saw Nathan's video on the GDSR ship challenges, and I thought that was very interesting, and I played for like 30 minutes, and I realized I need to play real levels to be into this game. I got very, very bored of playing challenges for after 30 minutes, and I was gonna stream it, and I didn't because I got very bored very fast. Yo, I'm so good, guy. Dude, how is this like, what spot is this on the list right now? Like 7, 6? How is this not even like top 5 anymore? I genuinely don't know how you do gameplay like this from 0. Like, how? Like, this just seems so unreasonable for a human, but like people have done it. That was not fun. Thanks, guys. Wait, what did I just do? Wait, what? Wait, that's... Alright, guys, I think it's time I tell you the tale of why I couldn't stream the last 2 days, because LOL. So, back in April, I had my meeting to sort out my class schedule. I was told to just enroll in this one class. That was it. That's all I was told, okay? So, this semester comes, okay? This class is still on my schedule. I hear nothing, no information about this class at all. What to do, anything, none. This was already kind of confusing to me, but I just kind of let it happen, because what if it was like a late start class kind of thing? I check my schedule on Wednesday. It's still there. I check it again Thursday afternoon. The class is gone from my schedule. So I'm like, what the hell? Like, why was this dropped from my schedule? I didn't drop this class. I realized this was dropped, so I tried to count how many credits I had for this semester. I realized that the dropping of this class puts me below full-time student status for the university, which means I don't get financial aid. So I email, I'm like, okay, why the hell was I dropped from this class and nobody told me about this? And why did I have to find this out on my own? Dude, I was pissed at this point. I was terrified and I was mad. The next day, I called student accounts and I was like, hey, so I'm under full-time student status now. And they spent an hour trying to figure this shit out and they couldn't figure it out. The office closed at 4:30 and they hadn't figured it out. So it was my job to find a separate class to take in spot of this, because I can't re-enroll in this one class that I was dropped from. So I have to find a separate class to replace it. So now I emailed a professor of another class, but now notice that we are now 2 weeks into the semester. There is, like, I'm not allowed to add and drop classes anymore. So yeah, that's the position I'm in right now. And I won't know until tomorrow. Now, here's the thing. I have faith that I will be fine. But right now, it's still uncertain. Isn't that so much fun? Anyway, new level time. I got that out of my system. You guys gave me the nightmare. Dude, come on! The tiny pocket of time where I was in the air, I clicked and didn't get the jump. There's no way. I'm mad. I'm mad. Okay, never mind. Okay. That was so stupid. Night terrors. Yay, I like getting levels that I can play. Phases, which is insane demon. Cool. What? Wait, there are 6 wait.
play the guitar. You failed as an artist cause you lack the confidence. Now you're a critic and you're at the top of what? You don't believe what you write. You don't believe what you write. You can't get used to the fact that you ain't a kid. You like to think that you speak for them all. You cut off your nose if you think it would make you hip. It drives you crazy. You can't be a star. Oh, that you don't believe what you write. 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 You take the credit while others do all the work. You like to think you discovered them first, but we all know you moved in after it was safe. That way you know you could never get hurt. You like to play God. You don't believe what you write. 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 You're just a critic, we know why you drink so much. Jealousy slowly consuming your guts. The streets that you never knew were just where they've always been. Your head is firmly lodged where your body, where it belongs. You don't believe what you write. We don't believe what you write. No one believes what you write. You don't believe what you write. You don't believe what you write. You don't believe what you write.
Soldier boy, I can tell. Hey, I got this new dance for y'all called the Soldier Boy. You just gotta punch, then crank back 3 times from left to right. Soldier boy, I'm in it. Why me crank it? Why me roll? Why me crank that Soldier Boy? That Superman that. Now why me crank that Soldier? 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 Now what? Soldier boy, I'm in it. Why me crank it? Why me roll? Why me crank that Soldier Boy? That Superman that. Now why me crank that Soldier? 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 Now what? Soldier boy, in it. Why me lean and why me rock? Superman that. Yeah, why me crank that Robocop? Superman, now why me jump? Jocking on them hater, man. When I do that Soldier Boy, I need to left and crack that thing now. I'm jocking on you, jocking on you. And if we get the fight, then I'm cocking on you, cocking on you. You catch me at your local party, yes, I crank it every day. Haters get mad, but I got me some baby, baby. Soldier Boy, I'm in it. Why me crank it? Why me roll? Why me crank that Soldier Boy?
Talk to you. Come on. Shut it at the apple 15 with the bird. The whole club was looking at her. She is the flow. She is the flow. Next thing you know, she got low. The back is wet, things in the Reebok with the strap. Turn around and gave that big booty a slap. She is the flow. She is the flow. Next thing you know, she got low. I ain't never seen nothing that'll make me go. It's crazy, I'm like feeling my dough. Has $1 million vibe in the body to go. Some birthday cake, they sold the show. So exceptional, she was flexible, professional, bigger next to know. Hold up, wait a minute, do I see what I think I will? Did a thing I seen, so they get low. Ain't the same when it's up that close. Make it rain, I'm making it snow. Work the pole, I got the bankroll. I must say that I prefer them no clothes. I'm into that, I love women, they cool. She's
Hello, Peter. Welcome to Fortnite. Hold up. Let me cook. So, you probably don't even know the long video we got. Well, you do, but you probably haven't been here for it. Just imagine Meep City music for another 2 hours. That's it. And then we have John Cena with us. That's it. Oh, you're doing Fade. That's why it's... Oh, so they can hear me. Hi, guys. I hope he wins this run right now. Watch out. Watch out, he's gonna eat your butt. Beep shaving. Oh, he's like talking, but like his mic's... Oh, he's coming to eat your butt again. He's like pulling you. Okay, you're good. Can't let him do that. It's like Jeffy, you know? He's like, oh, you're gonna eat my butt, you know? Like, it's not fair, we're all playing with it. I think we're about to do Galaxy Claps 10 hours. Oh, meow, 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 meow. I love those cats. They're my favorite. Anyways, now that I think about it, in 2 hours, the video will be over, and you most likely will not be done with Fate, or you might die. So, you know how, we did this whole thing, where it's like what's it called? Like, I'll say what it is, but you don't look. Technically, you can't look. So I could do that with you. I could spin it, and then I could say what it is. And then the next time we spin the wheel, I won't look, and then you'll tell me. But I don't think Spoon or Brett's gonna be here in 2 hours, which is fine. As long as if I record it, they probably won't care. But, yeah. Oh, are you not even able to, like, talk? Sorry, my Discord's crying itself to sleep right now? There we go. My stuff works again. Oh, Zooey Mama. Ooh, you were getting close to dying right there. So, are you able to hear the thing? You gotta give me a So, yeah, I don't know about that one. Oh, yeah, I forgot he has to chat. Let's see what this is. Day 8 of V6, X dog. Wait, I just realized I'm still no hit. Never back down, never what? No hit in 1624. I can, but X. I don't know what that means. Does that mean no? Oh. Oh! Oh! Is somebody eat your butt? Oh, you are a little bit close on that one. I'm glad the like cat spots aren't random, so you can just kind of go wherever without, you know. So Y means yes, X is no, but here's the thing. So you're saying you can't hear the long video right now? Okay, hold on. Say Y if you are if you're able. I'm not playing the video right now, but like you have my stream still open, right? Like, tell me if you can hear this. So you can hear it? Let's go! It's like long video, you know? Dude, this goes hard, though. Add more protein. We're like frick, it's like I swore words, but like I can't swear. Dude, brother looks so mad at me. What did I do? That thing is mad as heck. Zucchini. Oh my god, yeah, Clyde. No, it's like hello, Peter. Welcome to Fortnite. And Clyde's like, sorry, I can't play Fortnite. I think he can, though. I think he's a big, fat, poopy liar. And I'm gonna prove it just now. Dun, dun, dun. Stinky feet. It's like, oh, I don't know about that one. I think that one's gonna get you banned off YouTube, buddy. Although you are streaming, right? Yeah? Hi, stream!
Or would you say? When does this guy... What? Long fade. What do you mean?
Alright, so long fate. I think that he's just wanting to extend the word. Oh, you're banned. So, basically, long fate. What? You mean long video? You are delusional as F, boy. Oh yeah, no, so what we're hearing is Meep City Music 10 hours, because it's like a long video, because like, you know, our friend group likes to listen to like long videos. And we listen to like almost 800 hours of it. It's pretty funny. Is anybody actually watching you right now, though? You don't know? Well, I'm gonna check. It's like, there he is. It's a bright old Claud. Wow, nice thumbnail. Okay. Somebody said, my name is Elon Musk, come on, go, go, go. And then that Vorixian guy said, does bro not have school? No, he's got it true. He doesn't, well, he already went to school. His time is like 6 hours ahead. Mega Shroom? That's big. Anyways, I'm gonna check PM server, because apparently, Smiling has some new little info. Not info, but he just kind of said something about how we're all, like, something bad. But I could be wrong on that. Announcements. Server on kid mode now. That's not true, by the way. I'd assume not. What is this? Yep, 9/11 was 22 years ago. I'm gonna have to send you to the principal office. No, I can't be doing that anymore. Claud, I'm gonna need you to look in, chat. There's somebody waiting for you. You should touch that red glow. Nope. He's like, it's like it happened before. And something bad happened. Yeah, there's a big happy fella in the chat right now. Not the chat, the group. I think I'm gonna have to tell Claud AO. Yep. The 2019 NFL Draft will be held on April 25th. I'm gonna get your brother's phone number, I'm gonna call him, and then it's gonna be like you and him. It's kind of like Diary of a Wimpy Kid, right? So we're basically what's gonna happen is I'm gonna call him, and I'm gonna have him like troll, because you know how like Roger, you know how he trolls, right? So I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna tell him to shut off your PC when you at negative 3,612, right? Because that would be really funny, and that's what happened in that movie, the Diaper of a Derpy Kid, or whatever the fuck it's called. That's a good movie, and let me tell you, it is good, because he gonna turn that off, and it's gonna be the funniest thing in the world, and the stream's gonna cut out, you know? You know, the song, we made huge progress on it last night. But now that it's the weekdays, we're kind of losing like we're kind of going backwards now on it. Anyways, days without FNF drama went back to 0, and then that one bot commented saying, "I'm sorry, but this actually has nothing to do with FNF." I love this bot, dude. I don't know why. He comments on every post, and I see him at the tippity top every time. Alright, Claude, I know I keep saying this, but you have to look in chat in a moment. You have to look at Discord. Alright, I sent it. So here, I'll save you the time if you haven't read everything. It's a school class. Somebody's name is Aiden Dookie. This MF named Aiden Dookie, really? Who's named Aiden Dookie, dog? Like, first name, that's fair. I know quite a few people with their name being Aiden, but Dookie? That's crazy. I'm sorry. But, like, I don't know. Not even I have an answer for that. I don't think anybody does. Gotta like double check if his name is actually Aiden Dookie. I think someone's trying to eat your butt. Run! Oh, wow. Your brother had to really double check. Look in chat, it's like I pinged Clyde saying, "At Clyde, you are now skippity toilet. Anything and everything you will say will now be skippity bop bop bop, yes, yes, yes." And then he responded, and this guy's like, no. Oh, no. Did you see the headphone cords whenever you pull them out of your pocket? It's just a bag of Cheetos. That's a good image. How about Zero Nights at Freddy's? I'm dumbfounded by what you just did. Oh, he's trying to say something. Yeah, what's up? What's up? What's up? What are you saying N for? Like, no, not November. Restart stream and make it less what? Loud? You gotta, like, make it less quality. Oh, wait, what was the first word again? Restart. Restart stream. Restart. Wait, what do you mean by restart stream and make it less quality? Like, you want me to stop streaming and then start streaming again? Oh, I know what you're trying to... Yeah, I get it. I know. Yeah, I get it. Because you're lagging. Yeah, I understand now. Hey, it is at 720p, 15 FPS. My stream is now 720p, 15 FPS. So hopefully your PC feels a little bit better, not better. I'm gonna do today's world. It's like, yeah, it's you. Are you actually almost at 2400 already? Wow. Okay. So, it's been about 25 minutes since you got to 20... No. No, you won't be able to finish Fate by the time the video's over. You don't mind, though, if we spin the wheel. Because, regardless, it'll just be like, you know... So, the thing with my keyboard is that it's much better, obviously, than my last one. And the thing with this keyboard is that it has the little volume thing at the top right, so I can change my volume with my keyboard. And back then, it used to be my headset itself, which I guess is nice, because usually volume, I don't know how people turn up their volume. Either they have it on their headset, keyboard, or they actually have to manually do it. But for me, I just did it with my headset. And I've kind of stopped doing that now. I've just kind of gotten used to doing it with my keyboard. I don't know why. Well, don't get lost, don't choke. Don't pull a 2.5K, I don't know what that means. You got hot? Oh wait, you got lost. Oh. Well, don't get lost. Like, I'm gonna get you into a hypnosis. Boom. Oh, you will go right here. Oh, it's not working. It's like worst ending. So how much damage do the cats do to you? Like, give me an average, like 1/4? 1/5? 1/6, damn. So you can only take like 6 hits. It's kind of funny, because back then it was like 20 hits, or something. 12, 15, 20, I don't know. You don't know what V3 was? Alright, so this is how you eat a BFDI. Yeah! Yo-yo cake! Snatch! Aw, seriously? That's how it was like. It's like, this is how you... Sorry, what are you saying? Buff, by the way? Just know to jump there. You just kind of know. It's because the dumb cats are there. The meow, meow, meow. It's like more of these dumb little cats. Except they're not dumb. My favorite one's the white one, because it's standing loud and proud. It's like meow, meow. It's not even moving. It's just meow, meow. I bet the next floor is gonna have some mouse. Okay, there's a big favor I want you to do, alright? I want you to try to take a picture of a white cat right in front of you. I'm not betting anything. Oh. No, I need to see it. I need a picture of that white cat, like right in its face. Right in its face, right there. Come on! Do it! No, like, first person. It's fine, it's fine. I got the picture, I'm the one who'll take the picture. Next time you see a white cat and you have the opportunity, I want you to go in first person, I want you to stand not right in front of it, but be a little close to it, because I gotta take that picture of that cat. Like meow, meow. Because that cat's my favorite, man. You don't know how much I love that cat. You're like meow, meow. I love those cats, man. They're my favorite. It's like Jeffy. It's like they're my favorite. It's not fair. I want to play with it. Meow, meow. Oh. I need to see one of them. Yes! Yes! No, right! Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, like I'm getting you killed. I mean, like in front of him, not like on the side. I mean, like right in front of him, like right in his face. Like, imagine there's a dog right in front of you right now, you look straight at him. That's what it's like. Oh, is he gonna make it? Oh, you were a little lucky friend. But yeah, I'm gonna need to take a picture of that cat. You gotta go first person though. And I gotta like take it right in front of him. You're right here, right here. No! Okay, it's fine, go. Oh yeah, I got it. "9/11 was bad." Nugget, biscuit, nugget. Hey, what's up? Can I get a number 15 Burger King foot lettuce? Claud, look in chat. That's it. You're going to 2009. Let's go. Yes, look in chat. Look. Yes. Yes. Let's go. I love going to 2009. See? It's like I love this. Okay, next time you look in chat, I'm gonna send a, I'll tell you, it is something that is very horrible, something very, just something that none of us like, and then there's something that you're probably gonna laugh at a lot, and I sent it in chat, and you'll see. It is for up to you. So for you. Uh-oh. I don't know why he's wearing those stupid ass fucking glasses. I don't know, man. The video's Infinite Cube, by the way. Yep. Oh yeah. And now, folks, it's time to say goodnight. Right. Like your humor, right? Claude. You gotta look at that. Meow. 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 Wishbone! Wishbone! Come here, Wishbone. think it's time to get off the Xbox. Oh, sucks.
Shut your tallywhack your ass up.
I'm gonna punch you in the head.
How about I punch you in the head?
No.
New premiere. When did you find out about that little guy?
I just got recommended him.
Yeah, he's been fucking trending all over TikTok for like the past week, dude.
Who, 10 Hours Movies?
No, I mean that little fucking guy in
Oh!
the video. That's why it's called We Live, We Love, We Lie.
No,
It
no.
is literally-
Okay, here's the thing. No, here's the thing. This channel is like a bunch of 10-hour videos of like memes and stuff, right? The video we're watching right now is on the same channel, and I'm getting recommended that premiere because, you know. Oh yeah, he has a lot.
Yeah, I know. You know how many videos my girlfriend set on my TikTok?
100. Hey, you should add me on
About a
TikTok.
20.
I can send you some
No.
good stuff. Why?
Because my face is on there.
I don't care. I've seen it before.
Yeah, don't get fucked. You could add my gaming.
Yeah, and then I could send some funny stuff to you.
Yeah, I don't want to look at it.
Well, it'd be funny though.
It wouldn't be funny though.
It would be funny
to
though.
Like 100 TikToks and be like, what?
I don't want to hear it.
This guy.
I don't want to hear it.
You think it's time for me to practice the orange dash?
I think you should stick a toothpick under your toenail.
You're not okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry about that. Turn up this to 50. Like 55. Okay, where was I? Oh, right, I was here. Of course, I died right away.
Yep. Not nice.
Well, I ain't warmed up. So you know. Better practice that rocket part. The thing is, how do you know what I'm questioning? How do you get so good at Geometry Dash, you can beat like a level like Tidal Wave? Like, dude, I was watching that last night, and I'm like, how the fuck did this guy do that? Like, I can't see what's going on.
Okay, here's how. You ready? Meow.
Is it just from, like, playing for years, and your reaction time is so much quicker, and you can see much, like, things a lot quicker?
I don't know.
I mean, it is by Zoink himself, so... I mean...
Zoink himself.
He's literally the best player in the game.
I know.
Yep.
Yep.
So that's... How long has he been playing?
I don't know.
Playing since the game created. What the fuck, dude? I'm so glad I've kept you muted for the past week.
That's not nice.
Dude, you spammed me that one day, and that made me regret me unmuting you. Stop! Okay, well, time to mute this one too. God damn it, I hate you, dude. I hate you so much.
No, but I'm normal, right?
Nah, I fucking muted you, bro.
No, what if I send an image that might just make you not regret it?
No, I don't care. I don't want to hear it. But you?
Well, look.
Every fucking second.
Well, that is a good image, though, right?
Yeah, but still.
That is good. I like how he has no reaction yet. Can I get the origin of this image, please? Oh, I think I found it. It's called Donald Trump. Hold on.
God damn it. Donald
Never mind.
Trump.
Yeah.
There's a fucking Donald Trump of Trump.
No, it doesn't. It's not where it doesn't show. What are you fucking spam pinging me for, Claude? Wait, what? What do you fucking mean, hey? What are you saying stop for, huh? I want to say something. Okay, what do you want to say then? Spit it out.
I like how you mocked it.
Come on. Spit it the fuck out. I think I'm gonna have to play some soundboard. Looks like you're getting up. Okay, what did he say? He said I, that's it. Good riddance. Wait, what'd you say? Did you say you're gonna leave?
Oh.
Claude.
Is he talking?
No, he's typing or he's doing Fate, the dream you had before. He can't like pause it all. Oh, you're gonna leave call? Because if you laugh, you like pee yourself a little more?
That would make so much sense.
He said yeah. Okay, what if I stop laughing then? Or what if you deafen?
What the fuck?
Throwing. Just keep that on your screen for eternity. I think it's... Wait, what if you click X? Okay, hit backward slash. That's above your enter key. Yay! It's like it's fixed. Good one.
So has Claud beat it yet?
No, brother, he has to do this for like 5 hours straight. He can't just...
What is up everyone, today we have an extremely shocking story. I go by lots of names has escaped execution by using a portal teleporting him to an empty stone world, where he has been hiding for the past 50 days. Police are trying to reopen this portal, but this has led to more damage being done. On to the next story. 780 new Minecraft
Insert evil laugh track. Those silly humans cannot get to me now. And I can be left alone in my own world. I've been living here for the past 50 days or so, and when I first started,
Discomfort. And I hear you've been a very good boy this year. What does that mean? It means
Vsauce, Kevin here with a game so complex and so important that it's the basis for an entire 5-day course on strategic thinking. This is it? That's it? What is this? Welcome to the L game. Developed by Edward de Bono over 50 years ago, the L game was designed to be the simplest possible game that could stretch the player's ability to find not just any solution, but the best solution in a constantly changing environment. Here's how it works. The L game only has a handful of pieces, a very tiny board, and hardly any rules, and it's deliberately indeterminate, meaning that two perfect players could theoretically play forever with no winner, and there's a point to that. Let's look at the board. It's just a 4x4 grid, and each player has a single L-shaped piece that takes up 4 total spaces. There are also 2 neutral pieces, these pennies, that can be moved by either player. And we start the game by nestling the 2 L's in the center and putting the neutral pennies in the top left and the bottom right corners. So get ready to L. Each player is required to move their L piece into a new unoccupied spot on the board by picking it up and moving it, flipping it, twisting it, turning it, whatever, as long as it cleanly occupies 4 squares. So like this or like this, not like this or like this. You can't do that. That doesn't work. As long as at least 1 square is new and it doesn't overlap with the other L piece or a neutral spot, then the move is legal. After that move, the player can choose to move either neutral piece to an open space or not. It's totally up to you whether you want to play defense, but you can't move the neutral piece before you move your L. The only object of the game is to make it so that the other player can't move their L piece. If they can't move, then you win. Like if our pieces were in this position, I could move my L here and the neutral piece here, and I win. Your L is locked in. You can't go anywhere. See? And that's it. it's game over. It seems so easy, so how can this game possibly take 5 days to master? Consider the following board position, which DeBono uses in his 1967 book 5-Day Course in Thinking, which is actually 3 5-day courses. The L game is just one of them. I'll be player 1, pink, and you'll be player 2, orange. I only have 3 possible moves here. Let me show you. It's not that difficult to choose one, right? Wrong. Choosing a legal move is easy. Choosing the best move isn't. I need to think about what's likely to happen after I make my move. What will you do on the next turn, and what kind of board position will you put me in for my next move? Will you play perfectly, or will you make a mistake that gives me an advantage? And if that's what I have to consider to make the best move, what do you need to think? It seems impossible to know, and that difficulty is at the heart of DeBono's strategic thinking. You can employ a few basic strategies to survive and conquer, like blocking off a 3x3 grid in the corner of a board using your L and a neutral piece, and then manipulating the other neutral piece to eliminate your opponent's possible moves. Or you can think about the grid as 2 halves and lock your opponent in one half of the grid. Those strategies are pretty good, but they're far from perfect. Let's go back to my earlier scenario. Given my 3 possible moves, you have counter moves for each. Counters A and B both result in a loss for me because there's just nowhere for me to put my L, because remember, the neutral spot can only be moved after a player moves the L piece. Counter move C is my best possible move because I'm not locked in. I don't automatically lose with C. The trick is whether I can see this coming in advance so that I can avoid taking the L. All right, got it. 3 moves, think ahead, no big deal, but what if we have this situation? This has 195 possible moves, with only 1 of them being the best. That's 1 out of 195. Awesome. Given the confines of the board, there are 82 possible positions for the LP.
This is what the world's heaviest man eats for breakfast. To start off his day, Walter Hudson ate 12 eggs, a pound of bacon, 32 sausages, an entire loaf of bread with grape jelly, and a pot of coffee. I'm giving myself until midnight tonight to finish not just this breakfast, but everything else on Walter's meal plan, which, as I'm sure you can imagine, is pretty gigantic, just like I'm gonna be by the end of this challenge.
So rarely see you guys with my gigantic stomach.
To kick off meal 1, I poured an entire pot of coffee. And a few seconds later, I realized I should actually toast that bread. Dang it. Looks like this got a bit overcooked. Even though this bread was a little extra toasty, everything was tasting amazing. The highlight of this meal was definitely the crunchy bread. After working my way through most of the bread and some eggs, this challenge was off to a great start.
Alright, our eggs, along with our first cup of coffee, have been eliminated. Now it's time to work on my breakfast sausage. It's a firm belief of mine that breakfast sausage cannot be eaten without some delicious maple syrup. Shout out to all my Canadian viewers watching this video.
Breakfast sausage pairs perfectly with maple syrup. The other combination it pairs perfectly with, some tasty leftover eggs and maple syrup. I made quick work of the rest of the breakfast sausage.
Alright, the sausage is down. So far, this meal is tasting amazing.
I set my sights on the bread next.
I gotta get to work on this bread.
After using pretty much half the jar of grape jelly, I had myself a grape jelly sandwich.
That was a lot of jelly.
Obviously, I was in the mood for sugar because grape jelly sandwiches just sounded good. But a few minutes later, I brought an old friend to the party.
I need to know down below in the comments who is team chunky peanut butter and who is team creamy peanut butter. Nothing rings my bells like a toasted peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Or a couple toasted peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Goodness gracious. I'm like out of breath. So much bread. It's probably too much information, but there's a reason why I chose this mug. It's because it's the truth. You'll find out very shortly why this was so troubling. I took a few more sips of coffee and got back to work on the rest of the bread. Grape jelly just wasn't cutting it anymore. So I decided to use some peanut butter to get down the rest of the bread. But at this point, the bread was really starting to fill me up. I got to chew on the bread right now. Next, I set my sights on the bacon, dipped in some maple syrup, of course. I thought that combo was tasty, but what I made next was about to be even tastier. I slathered some peanut butter on some leftover bread, added a few slices of bacon on that bread, topped it with some grape jelly, of course, and then I had to do one last thing. Oh man, I am most definitely going to be regretting this tomorrow morning. W! Oh, W moment. This was one of the most unnecessarily delicious things I've ever eaten in my life. After making quick work of it, the only thing left was one slice of bread. Last piece of bread. Whew, that was a lot of coffee. Breakfast was complete. Next up was Walter's snack. According to the article that I got Walter's diet from, his between-the-meal snacks consisted of a handful of candy bars. But how much is a handful? After a few Google searches, I realized that a handful could mean anything. Thankfully, I had something up my sleeve. Alright everyone, so I have a random number generator on my phone with numbers 3 through 6. A handful to me is like 2 or 3. A handful to Walter Hudson is probably like double that. So I'm gonna let this decide for me. After seeing how many candy bars I had to eat, all that coffee hit me. I hit the store to get my candy bars, and I saw one that really caught my eye, and then I had one of the worst caffeine crashes of my life. I started with the Reese's Fast Break bar, and since I'm a Reese's lover, this got a fire. I took down the Fast Break bar along with the Hershey's Cookies and Cream bar. Reese's Big Cup with Reese's Puffs. This Reese's Big Cup was also incredibly delicious, but the bar I was most curious about was up next. And now what I've been looking forward to trying the most, the Fruity Pebbles chocolate bar. The craziest part, this had real Fruity Pebbles inside. Ooh. A few minutes later, all the candy bars were down. Everyone just like that, 4 candy bars are down. The first snack was complete. Next up, lunch. Everyone, so far this challenge is going fantastic. The only thing I'm starting to worry about is the fact that I haven't used the bathroom today. And then it hit me. I needed to find a bathroom ASAP. I'll see you guys on the other side. All right, everyone, it's time for lunch, and all I gotta say is exercise. I thought you meant extra fries. Man, I really gotta get it in. Walter's lunch beverage was a large bottle of soda. It's almost 5 p.m. right now. I'm having a bit of a late lunch, but we gotta get this show on the road. Walter ate 2 large sandwiches for lunch, so I ordered the Subway Philly sandwich. Needless to say, I was a big fan. I was surprised because this actually tasted like an authentic cheesesteak. The combination of the steak, American cheese, peppers, onions, and mayonnaise made this a fantastic sandwich. I gotta give a quick shout out to Subway. That was a 10 out of 10 sandwich. Even though I had 1 sandwich left, whew, I moved to the next part of Walter's lunch. Now I gotta get on over to my mound of fries, which I'm gonna wash down with some sugar-free ketchup. It helps cancel out all the calories. Unsurprisingly, the fries tasted like French fries. If you're new to the channel, I really love French fries. If you guys know me, you know I'm team waffle fry, but to me, building a mound of waffle fries just sounded really weird. So I figured I would just make a mound of regular fries. I have so many carbs inside of me. Whew. Even though I was starting to get full, I still had an entire Subway sandwich to eat after this. I gotta get on over to my last Subway sandwich right here, which is arguably one of the best Subway sandwiches on the Subway sandwich menu. Wow, that's so many vegetables. Why did they put this many vegetables on there? Even with the unnecessary amount of vegetables, this sandwich tasted fine. But unfortunately, all this bread was really starting to hit me. Man, I've eaten so much bread today. Ooh.
Fortunately, I was able to push through and finish off the sandwich.
I got down all the fries, the subs. Fortunately, I still have this Coca-Cola left over, which I'm gonna use for my next food adventure. So yeah, I'm gonna hold off on the rest of this Coke for now.
Because I didn't finish the Coke, lunch was a fail. The number I rolled next was 5. At this point, I had taken down just over 15,000 calories, and I hadn't even gotten to the hardest part of this challenge yet.
All right, everyone, just a quick status update as I head to the store to grab our next round of candy bars. I'm not doing very well. My stomach feels like a black hole full of French fries, bread, and a lot of regret right now. Ugh. All I gotta say is that volume-wise, the final meal is gonna be the biggest meal in this entire challenge. And the last challenge was a complete fail. And the last thing I wanna do is fail 2 challenges in a row for you guys. So let's just say this is about to get pretty crazy. Those sandwiches are not sitting very well right now.
I picked out the rest of my candy bars, and it was time for snack number 2.
I'm actually pretty excited to try 2 of these because I've never had them before. I also got my Coke. Taste the rainbow. Why did I just say that? It's Skittles, not Coke. Ugh. I'm gonna start with the Zero bar.
I was pleasantly surprised by the taste of the Zero bar. It was an explosion of almond, peanut, and caramel nougat.
That's tasty.
Finally, I had to get to the Snickers bar.
Where my Snickers people at?
You can never go wrong with the Snickers bar, but the bar I had next has a special place in my heart.
3 Musketeers.
This was good, but the bar I had next...
After Rare made the famous Donkey Kong Country trilogy on the Super Nintendo, they knew they were going to have some big shoes to fill in the future. It's regarded as one of the greatest trilogies of games ever made, and following it up on Nintendo's next console, the Nintendo 64, was not going to be easy. The result was this. Donkey Kong 64. Reviews came in, and one thing that most critics commented on was the length of the game, with most saying that it took at least 30 hours to get through all of it. When speedrunners today look back at that 30-hour estimate, we laugh. Over the past decade, speedrunners have played Donkey Kong 64 with the goal of beating it as quickly as possible. Rare designed a game with many, seemingly foolproof ways of making sure you weren't abusing the mechanics, to make sure you were actually playing through everything the way they wanted you to. As it turns out, they didn't do too great of a job of that. Let's take a look at the world record progression of Donkey Kong 64. We're going to start by going back to 2006. Meet Tom Vodova. He's a speedrunning legend, known mainly for original NES titles. One of his most famous scores was on the NES port of the original arcade Donkey Kong, where he scored 3.1 million points over an incredible 6.5 hour gaming session. But on this particular day in 2006, November 15th to be exact, he decided to play through Donkey Kong's Nintendo 64 counterpart. He beat the game in 4 hours, 26 minutes. Let's see how he did it. So here's the deal with Donkey Kong 64. The 30-hour estimate that many reviewers gave was actually fairly reasonable at the time. If you want to beat the game, there's a number of things you have to do. It's broken down into 7 main levels: Jungle Japes, Angry Aztec, Frantic Factory, Gloomy Galleon, Fungi Forest, Crystal Caves, and Creepy Castle. You start out in an overworld, DK Isles, where you can access each of them. But before you can enter a level, other than the first level, Jungle Japes, you need to first unlock that level's lobby with a key. You get this key from the boss of the previous level. Then, once you enter the lobby, you're presented with a B locker. You can't enter the level until you get past him either. And how do you do that? By collecting golden bananas, which you can get from either puzzles or minigames. You can collect a total of 25 of them in each level, 5 for each character you play with: Donkey Kong, Diddy Kong, Lanky Kong, Tiny Kong, and Chunky Kong. Although you can only initially play as Donkey Kong at the start, you unlock the others as you play through the game. Each B locker requires an increasing number of golden bananas. You need just one to start playing Jungle Japes, but by the time you get to the end of the game, you're going to need at least 100 of them. And once you're in the level, there's loads of collectibles that you need for various purposes, such as crowns and Nintendo coins, but by far the most common one is the colored banana. Colored bananas are scattered all over in the levels in the overworld, sometimes in bunches of 5 or in balloons of 10. You need to collect hundreds of these to enter the boss of each level, which, as explained before, is necessary to unlock the next level with the key you collect from it. So yeah, Vodova had a lot of work to do in those 4.5 hours. This was essentially most of Vodova's run. He ran from level to level, collecting banana after banana to progress farther into the game. Once he got to 100 of the golden bananas, he entered the game's final stage, Hideout Helm, where he had to unlock 3 doors to progress onto the final boss of the game by once again collecting various unlockables and executing a fairly long sequence of activities. And all that was left was the boss fight with King K. Rool, and Tom Vodova had beaten the game in 4 hours and 26 minutes, at least according to the in-game timer at the end of the game. And Donkey Kong 64 had its first video recorded speedrun. Unfortunately, all those components took a very long time. Having to play mini-games to collect the golden bananas was time-consuming, collecting the hundreds of colored bananas you needed took forever, and each boss fight you did to get the key took a few minutes as well. Getting all of those steps, plus the other unlockables that were needed, took an incredibly long time. But Vodova did the best he could with the strategies that he had. 4.5 hours was miles ahead of a 30-hour estimate, so people looked at his run with awe. Vodova himself claimed that the run was as close to perfection as he was willing to go, so neither he, nor anybody else, was up to the challenge of trying to beat it. Now, there had technically been a few runs before Vodova's run. A guy named Joe Wiewel did a segmented run that clocked in at just over 5 hours, and Tom Vodova himself had spent a few months gradually taking his time down. But once he got the 4-hour 26-minute run, it stood, and stood, and stood. At least until 2009. When you think of important events from 2009, what pops into your head? Obama was sworn in, Windows 7 was released, the Yankees won the World Series. Well, how about the Donkey Kong 64 revolution? In June 2009, the stars aligned. On a long-forgotten thread hidden in a dark corner of a largely dead internet forum, runners came together and used all of the knowledge they had gained over the past 3 years to completely change the way people ran Donkey Kong 64 in just a few short days. The first revolution revolved around 3 major tricks that began to be utilized at the same time. As explained before, much of what made Tom Vadova's run so long was having to collect keys to get to the lobbies, golden bananas to get past the B-lockers, and colored bananas to get to the bosses. Players were about to find a way around all 3 of these things. Trick 1. Skipping the keys. Since players needed to use a key to get into the lobby of each stage, it was necessary to fight the boss of the previous stage to get it. But they found a way around that. You could clip into the lobbies of certain stages, bypassing the requirement to collect the key. This means you could skip several of the boss fights and save multiple minutes not having to collect their keys. Well, great, you were in the lobby now, but you still had to pass the B-locker before you could enter the stage by giving them a bunch of golden bananas. Jungle Japes required just 1 golden banana, while Angry Aztec required 5, Frantic Factory required 15, Gloomy Galleon required 30, Fungi Forest required 50, Crystal Caves required 65, Creepy Castle required 80, and Hideout Helm required 100. So there wasn't much of a point of clipping into the lobby if you still needed golden bananas to get past the B-lockers. This is where Trick 2 comes in, B-locker skipping. By playing as Lanky Kong and stretching his arms out, you can just barely touch the portal behind the B-locker when you enter the level. Just a slight oversight on the game devs. Unfortunately though, this trick worked on every stage except for Frantic Factory, where you need 15 golden bananas, and Hideout Home, where you needed 100. Meaning that even if you skipped all previous doors using this Lanky Kong trick, you were still going to need 100 by the time you got to Hideout Home. So you still needed to spend the time picking all of them up in the other stages. Therefore, this trick wasn't all that useful. But on June 9th, 2009, Mano Cheese uploaded a YouTube video, Hideout Home Early. He was standing right in front of the entrance to Hideout Home, where there was a B-locker that required 100 golden bananas to pass through. He only had 17 golden bananas, so it looked like he couldn't gain access to the stage. He then did a trick known as ledge clipping, where he clipped into a tiny gap in the ground using a precise C-up press on the controller, while avoiding death to the lava by using invincibility frames gotten by
What's the highest you've ever jumped? For most of us, that number never exceeds more than a few feet, for the simple reason that jumping off anything higher is terrifying. Basophobia, or the fear of falling, is a phobia inherent to humans and many species of animals. In the visual cliff experiment, a vast majority of infants would not cross what appeared to them as a steep drop. The fear of falling appears to be ingrained into the very fiber of our being. It's a sensation that's mutually understood by all, but somewhat difficult to articulate. Statistically speaking, you're about 100 times more likely to die in a car accident than a plane crash, yet most of us undoubtedly find flying much more terrifying than driving. So why is this the case? Well, for me, the answer lies in the element of control. If you're driving and something goes wrong, you at least feel like you have some input over your own destiny. If something goes wrong on a plane, well, you're just along for the ride. There's a certainty to falling that's impossible to deny. Once you step over the edge, you become nothing more than an object in motion. Your status, wealth, athleticism, intellect, none of it matters at that point. You have surrendered yourself to the complete mercy of nature and the unbreakable laws that govern it. In works of fiction, great falls are used to represent finality. Characters are often allowed to cheat death in all sorts of ways, but once you fall into the bottomless pit, it's game over. There's something so absolute about its outcome. To question it would be to question one's own sanity. Only a madman would intentionally step off the platform of unfathomable heights. And yet, in the visual cliff experiment, a few infants would crawl over the cliff completely unfazed. Possibly because they had not yet developed depth perception, but perhaps they grew up to be the very people who override billions of years of evolutionary programming to defy the most fundamental fear of man. This is the story of the world's highest jump. The jump I made here was about 1 meter, or around 3 feet in height. It's a jump I'm sure most of you would have no problem making as well, but how much higher could you go without hurting yourself in a basic jump like this? In Minecraft, a fall of 4 blocks or higher will make you take damage. A fall of 23.5 blocks is fatal. In reality, the farthest you can safely fall onto a hard surface is around 10 to 12 feet. Higher than that, and you're likely to walk away with minor injuries. When The Undertaker threw Mick Foley off the top of the cell at King of the Ring 98, Foley plummeted at least 16 feet, dislocating his shoulder in the process. A fall of 20 feet or higher will most likely result in serious injuries, and beyond 100 feet, a fall is considered unsurvivable. There's a common misconception that landing in water will break your fall, but due to surface tension, the only thing you'll be breaking is most of your bones. Landing in water from 100 feet is equivalent to landing on concrete. Surviving any fall greater than that is exceedingly rare without protective equipment. But for the vast majority of human history, all people had to brace themselves were their arms and legs. Naturally, this meant that any early attempts at the world's highest jump were almost certainly done so involuntarily. The first unsung record holders of this category may have earned their title by accident, by force, or by a failed attempt to end their life. But if someone in prehistoric times did want to make the jump of a lifetime, how far could they possibly fall? Well, in the age before aircraft, all people had to lift themselves was the terrain of the Earth itself. Mount Everest is the tallest point on Earth, but its slope would prematurely stop you long before you reach the bottom. For a continuous, uninterrupted fall, you would have to jump from the world's tallest cliff. For a purely vertical drop, Mount Thor in Canada has a prominence of over 4,100 feet. While highly unlikely, it's theoretically possible that somebody could have jumped from this height. However, in an age before written history, no one can say for sure. For the first recording of anyone jumping off anything, we have to venture closer to the stone mountains of China. As far as we know, this event may have never happened. The only information on it was written by a guy 2,000 years before our time, about a guy 2,000 years before his time. As the legend goes, Emperor Shun escaped the roof of a burning barn by gliding off using his hat to slow his descent. By my estimate, the jump was probably done from the equivalent of a 2-story building, or about 20 feet. It may not sound like much, but this was significant. It's the earliest recorded instance of anyone jumping with intent, rather than falling by mistake. All future jumps would be successors to Shun's 20-foot leap off the burning barn. The ancient Chinese were one of the first civilizations to experiment with aeronautics. As early as 200 BC, acrobats would use bamboo shoots to perform falling stunts at the imperial palace. By 500 AD, kites had become commonplace in Chinese society. Some kite designs had become aerodynamic enough to support the weight of a man. In 559, Yuan Huangtou was one of several prisoners ordered to be executed by gliding off the 108-foot-tall Phoenix Tower. Remarkably, Yuan survived, claiming the unofficial jump record in the process. For his achievement, Yuan was executed anyway. Despite his grim fate, the record would remain alive for more than 1,000 years. The next great leap in aeronautical innovation came during the Italian Renaissance. Leonardo da Vinci is often credited with the invention of the parachute, but an even earlier concept can be traced back to 1470 from an anonymous manuscript. In 1615, Fausto Veranzio improved upon Leonardo's design, but so far, the parachute only existed in concept. It wasn't until the 18th century that the parachute was brought into reality. Louis Sebastian Lenormand would design and manufacture the first modern parachute. On December 26, 1783, Lenormand would record the first parachute jump in history by jumping from the upper balcony of the Montpellier Observatory. That very same year, just 120 miles away in Annonay, the Montgolfier brothers would develop the first hot air balloon. Within the span of a few months, mankind had not only broken free from Earth's terrain, but found a way to weaken the grip of gravity itself. And it was only a matter of time before someone would use both to make history. On October 22, 1797, André Garnerin became the first person to parachute out of an aircraft. Garnerin rose to 3,200 feet in a hot air balloon, then severed the basket, parachuting back down unharmed. You could argue that this wasn't a true jump, as Garnerin never actually stepped out of the balloon's basket, but based on the illustrations of the basket's design, I would say that it serves little purpose in actually protecting the user, and rather functions as a necessary component of the parachute itself. The important thing is that André Garnerin flew about 500 feet higher than the top of the Burj Khalifa, then severed his only means of flotation, placing full faith in the thin fabric above his head to ensure that he didn't wind up becoming a human crepe. On that day in 1797, André Garnerin became the first skydiver. Just 5 years later, he would set a new all-time record, jumping from a height of 8,000 feet. Garnerin's aerial heroics would inspire a new generation of daredevils who would replicate his death-defying stunt in front of spectators around the world. 19th century parachuters would draw crowds at local carnivals and other venues by dropping out of the sky from altitudes of 2,000 to 5,000 feet. This range is comparable to the cruising altitude of the Fortnite battle bus. And while the stunts look death-defying, sometimes death would not be defied. In 1837, Robert Cocking earned the grim distinction of becoming the first skydiving fatality, after his parachute failed at 5,000 feet. Cocking was supposedly attempting to reach the 8,000-foot mark that Garnerin had set decades prior, but the record would not be undone. News of Cocking's death was a sobering reminder to the dangers of falling from thousands of feet in the air, and it extinguished the popularity of parachuting for decades afterwards. For the rest of the 1800s, there were no jump attempts on record surpassing Garnerin's 8,000-foot mark. This was mostly due to the limitations of parachutes, as balloons continued to soar throughout the 19th century. Since would-be jumpers were no longer encumbered by the Earth's terrain, the highest theoretical jump was now determined by the balloon altitude record. Even at this time, unmanned balloons could easily rise to tens of thousands of feet, but manned flights now had to deal with the limits of human physiology. Above 15,000 feet, most people will begin to suffer the effects of oxygen deprivation. Most modern-day skydiving excursions will not fly above this altitude for that very reason. Above 26,000 feet is the death zone, the limit beyond which the human body can no longer survive without supplemental oxygen. In 1862, James Glaisher and Henry Coxwell became the first people to surpass the death zone. At around 29,000 feet, the pair lost consciousness, with Coxwell barely managing to pull the balloon's valve cord before blacking out. The pair survived when the balloon rapidly descended back to a safe height, but not before setting a new altitude record estimated between 29,000 and 37,000 feet. By 1887, oxygen tanks became commercially available, allowing ballooners to safely enter the death zone. In 1901, Arthur Burson and Reinhard Suring set an official record of 35,000 feet in a hydrogen balloon, this time remaining conscious to record it. In 1927, Hawthorne Gray became the first person to pass the 40,000-foot mark, but perished after running out of oxygen. In 1931, Auguste Piccard and Paul Kupfer passed the 50,000-foot mark, becoming the first people to enter the stratosphere, as well as the first people to truly witness the curvature of the Earth. In 1933, at the Century of Progress World Fair, Thomas Settle and Chester Fordney would surpass 60,000 feet. By this point, record attempts were quickly approaching the next hard limit in manned balloon flights. As altitude increases, air pressure decreases, as does the boiling point of fluids. At around 60,000 feet, air pressure is low enough where the temperature of your body will exceed the boiling point of water, causing your blood to literally boil. This limit is otherwise known as the Armstrong line, and future flights above it will require a pressurized suit. In 1934, the Soviet Union's Osa Vyakhin 1 surpassed the Armstrong line and reached a peak altitude of 72,000 feet before the balloon disintegrated during its descent, killing all 3 crew members. 1 year later, in what would be a precursor to the space race, the United States took back the record when Albert Stevens and Orville Anderson reached 72,400 feet in the Explorer 2 craft. By this point, balloon flight progression had provided the jump record with massive potential for improvement. But before anyone could attempt a new record, the parachute would have to rise to the occasion. The turn of the 20th century saw 2 tremendous strides in aeronautics, with the invention of the airplane and the airship. The unprecedented boom in air travel renewed interest in the parachute. In 1907, aerial stuntman Charles Broadwick would provide the first major parachute innovation with a static line, which allowed the chute to automatically deploy when jumping out of an aircraft. In 1914, Broadwick's adopted daughter Tiny became the first person to manually deploy a chute while in free fall, eventually leading to the invention of the ripcord. And starting in 1919, Leslie Irvin began manufacturing and distributing the Type A parachute for use as life preservers on airplanes. The Irvin chute would revitalize the pastime of stunt jumping. Just as the balloon jumpers would perform death-defying jumps a century earlier, a new generation of aerial acrobats would wow spectators by jumping from the cockpits of their airplanes. This new wave of daredevils became known as the Barnstormers, the most famous of which was a man by the name of Charles Lindbergh. Lindbergh was most known for making the first non-stop transatlantic flight, but buried among his long list of aviation accomplishments was the new record for the world's highest jump. In 1926, Lindbergh used an Irvin chute to bail out of his plane at an altitude of 13,000 feet, finally breaking Gardner's record after more than a century. 1927 saw the first tests of parachutes in military combat, leading to the rise of the paratrooper. In 1943, U.S. Army surgeon Randy Lovelace became the first person on record to jump from the stratosphere. In an Air Force experiment, Lovelace bailed out of an Army bomber at over 40,000 feet. The force of the parachute knocked him unconscious, and the minus 40-degree temperatures left his hands frostbitten. But Lovelace survived the jump by the skin of his teeth, claiming the record in the process. The first ever jump from the stratosphere would be the last with a conventional parachute, at least in the United States. Soviet jumpers Vasily Romanyuk and Nikolai Nikitin would both set higher marks, with Nikitin surpassing 47,000 feet in 1957. While the Russians were fixated on the record itself, the US directed their focus to survival. If pilots were to survive ejecting at very high altitudes, they would need to be equipped with parachutes fit for the edge of space. Randy Lovelace's near-fatal jump would usher in a new era, the dawn of the space jump.
I'm going to jump!
No! Do a flip! Patience of YouTube, it is I, Dr. Spiral, standing here atop this 3-story structure. Now, in my medical opinion, I would say that it's unsafe to fall from this height. I mean, a fall from this height can make your hair fall out.
Skydivers can fall faster than 120 miles per hour. In those conditions, your hair won't last long.
That's why if you're planning to jump off anything, I recommend using Keeps hair loss prevention first.
Keeps is the most affordable FDA-approved hair loss product, and you can visit an online doctor right now to get your medication shipped right to your door.
Now, to demonstrate Keeps' 90% effectiveness at treating and reducing the symptoms of hair loss, I will jump off this 3-story structure right now.
Oh my gosh. Wow. I really just fell from all the way up there. And Keeps kept my hair safe.
My hair?
It's game over for hair loss. Visit keeps.com/emplemon for 50% off your first order. That's keeps.com/emplemon. Scientifically speaking, outer space doesn't begin until the Kármán line, more than 300,000 feet high. The region between it and the Armstrong line is classified as near space, and as jet planes flew higher, pilots would need a new kind of parachute to safely eject from this range. Following Randy Lovelace's near-fatal jump, the Air Force began testing experimental high-altitude parachutes on dummies. Early designs would force the dummies into an uncontrollable flat spin that would be potentially fatal on human subjects. By 1958, they were ready to test out a new multi-stage design that was intended to stabilize the jumper. Only this time, the test would be conducted on a human being, an unenviable task bestowed upon Captain Joseph Kittinger. Kittinger had already proven himself as the Air Force's new favorite guinea pig with his role in Project Manhigh, a 1957 research assignment that saw Kittinger soar 96,000 feet in a balloon, setting a new altitude record in the process. His next assignment would be Project Excelsior, where Kittinger would once again rise to the stratosphere in a balloon, only this time he would have to jump out. On November 16, 1959, Kittinger fastened his pressure suit and boarded Excelsior 1, rising to an altitude of 76,400 feet. At that point, Kittinger unstrapped himself from the gondola and stepped over the edge. Immediately, there was a problem. Kittinger had prematurely deployed his stabilization chute. Just like the test dummies, Kittinger entered an uncontrollable spin. At 120 RPM, Kittinger blacked out nearly 13 miles above the Earth. He regained consciousness just 3,000 feet from the ground. Miraculously, the rest of the chutes functioned according to plan, allowing Joe Kittinger to escape with his life and a new record. Despite a near disaster on the first run, Kittinger was determined to prove that the new parachute system could work. Less than a month later, Kittinger would return to the skies with Excelsior 2, jumping from 74,000 feet. This time, the parachutes functioned flawlessly, and although he was just shy of adding to the record, he would get one more chance to make history in the summer of 1960. On the morning of August 16th, Kittinger boarded the gondola for Excelsior 3. Sudden cloud cover almost canceled the mission before it started, but Kittinger launched just 1 minute before the orders to cancel the flight. Soon after, overcast skies would be the least of his concerns. At about 50,000 feet, Kittinger realized that his right glove had failed to pressurize, causing his hand to swell to twice its size. Despite the potentially catastrophic complication, Kittinger did not inform the ground crew. He knew that if he did, the mission would be immediately aborted. Anticipating that they would never get another chance at a jump, Kittinger bit the bullet and continued to rise. About 1 hour and 40 minutes after launch, Kittinger took the highest step in the world and jumped from the stratosphere for the final time. Kittinger free fell for 4.5 minutes before deploying his main chute. He reached a top speed of 614 miles per hour. 13 minutes and 45 seconds after stepping out of the gondola, Joe Kittinger touched down in the New Mexico desert. The ground crew was ecstatic. Not only was Excelsior 3 a resounding success, but Kittinger had just landed from the highest jump in history. So just how high did Joe go? 102,800 feet. Not only did Joe Kittinger set the all-time jump record, he did so while setting the all-time balloon altitude record, the second highest altitude ever reached by man at that point. After proving that humans could survive exposure to the upper atmosphere, Project Excelsior would open the floodgates for manned space exploration. Soon after, both the US and Soviet Union would send the first astronauts into orbit. But in that moment, Kittinger stood farther from the Earth's surface than all but a single person before him, and then jumped back down. Years later, while serving in Vietnam, Kittinger would be captured as a prisoner of war after his plane was shot down. One has to wonder which moment was more terrifying. Remarkably, despite accomplishing one of the most impressive feats in the history of aviation, Kittinger never actually cared about the record. He took far more satisfaction in completing the mission and validating the effectiveness of the high-altitude parachute. Ironically, the record would go on to define his legacy. Before Joe Kittinger, the jump record only existed as a formality, a sloppy and poorly documented patchwork of events consisting mostly of people who stumbled into the record completely unintentionally. In many ways, Kittinger was no different, but after Excelsior, the record would never be the same. It was the first time that the world's highest jump was documented, broadcasted, and celebrated in the media. Kittinger had effectively made the record tangible, and before long, a new wave of contenders were lining up to break it. Naturally, the first people to challenge for the American record were the Russians. In 1962, Pyotr Dolgov and Yevgeny Andreev were tasked with the Soviet Union's first attempt at a space jump. Andreev successfully jumped from 83,000 feet, setting a new record for the longest free fall. Dolgov jumped from nearly 94,000 feet, but perished after his suit depressurized. Dolgov's death would be covered up for years, but as far as the Soviets were concerned, the mission was a success. Even though Joe Kittinger's record was well documented and precisely measured with state-of-the-art technology, it wasn't verified by the FAI, allowing the Soviets to claim the official record despite falling nearly 20,000 feet short. For all intents and purposes, Joe Kittinger still held the record, but the Soviets had the validation of a bureaucratic sanctioning body in Switzerland, and they were content with that. Not content with the disputed title was a young adventurer from New Jersey, Nicholas Piantanida. The young skydiver had been obsessed with jumping ever since his childhood, where he would nearly fall to his death after jumping from the roof of his apartment with a makeshift parachute made from his bedsheets. By the 60s, Piantanida was determined to bring the undisputed record back to America by making the greatest jump in history. His goal was to break both Kittinger's altitude record and Andreev's freefall record in what would become known as Project Stratojump. But unlike the space jumpers before him, Piantanida didn't have government backing. He had to essentially create his own ragtag aeronautical research program from scratch, using sponsors, volunteers, and borrowed facilities. While preparing for the jump, Piantanida sought out consultation from Joe Kittinger himself. Kittinger, never a fan of chasing records, refused. He had nearly lost his life performing the feat just a few years prior, and he didn't appreciate Piantanida's cavalier attitude towards the daunting challenge. However, despite his bare-bones resources, Piantanida and the Strato team managed to assemble a working balloon, gondola, and pressure suit. By the autumn of 1965, Nick Piantanida was ready to take to the skies. On October 22nd, Stratojump 1 lifted off from a field outside of St. Paul, Minnesota. Unfortunately, high wind shear would destroy the balloon at just 16,000 feet, forcing an emergency landing and a second attempt. He would try again on February 2nd, 1966. This time, the balloon had no problem reaching the stratosphere, where it continued rising. Soon, it had soared past Andreev's mark of 80,000, then past Kittinger's mark of 102,000. Piantanida's balloon topped out at an unprecedented height of 123,500 feet. His unyielding hubris was about to pay off. The record was tantalizingly close. All Nick Piantanida had to do was step out of the gondola and into the record books. But there was a problem. The oxygen line tethering Piantanida to the gondola wouldn't detach, and he had no way of severing the connection. After several agonizing minutes at the edge of glory, the ground crew decided to abort the mission. In a turbulent and dangerous descent, a battered Piantanida returned to Earth with the gondola. After the heartbreaking failure, Piantanida would not be deterred. On May 1st, 1966, he stepped back into the gondola with the goal of once again reaching the 120,000 foot mark. This time, he would pay the ultimate price. At 57,000 feet, Nick Piantanida's suit depressurized. The ground crew immediately aborted the mission, but at that point, very little could be done. Piantanida was starved of oxygen for more than 20 minutes, falling into a coma from which he never recovered. As close as he came to proving everyone wrong, Piantanita's recklessness would ultimately cost him everything. He met a cruelly fitting fate, spending his final moments in the sky, the place he always seemed to belong. The Stratojump catastrophe would mark the end of record attempts for a while. Neither of the two world superpowers were interested in balloon jump escapades anymore. They had moved on to new frontiers. Future record holders would have to independently direct their own operations. After progressing through millennia of physical barriers to the sky, the newest limitations to the jump record were now cost and ambition. The 60s had quickly become the age of the astronaut, and the boom in space exploration had taken much of the luster off the once vaunted space jump. It seemed that the only notable jumps of this era happened by complete chance. In 1966, American pilot Bill Weaver would survive a 78,000-foot fall after ejecting from a jet at Mach 3. His life would be spared thanks to the same parachute design that Joe Kittinger had tested just 6 years prior. In 1971, D.B. Cooper became the first and only person to successfully commit airplane piracy, parachuting an estimated 10,000 feet with $200,000 in ransom money. In 1973, Serbian flight attendant Venca Vulovic survived the highest fall on record without a parachute after the plane she was servicing exploded at 33,000 feet. And in 1982, Larry Walters survived an ascent to 16,000 feet after tying dozens of weather balloons to a lawn chair. The next attempt at the world's highest jump wouldn't happen until the 90s, with decorated British paratrooper Nish Bruce. Starting in the early 90s, Bruce began training for the eventual Skydive from Space project, where he would make a planned jump from 130,000 feet. The project was partially funded by NASA, who wanted to test the effects of radiation at high altitudes. Despite an encouraging start, the project would abruptly end in 1994 when Bruce suffered an unexpected mental breakdown, stabbing his girlfriend with a pair of scissors. The incident would mark the beginning of Bruce's 8-year-long battle with mental illness, a battle he would eventually lose. In 2002, Nish Bruce would end his life by intentionally jumping from a plane without a parachute. Much like Nick Piantanita, Nish Bruce was someone who seemed to belong to the sky, this time going out on his own terms. After 4 decades of magnificent failure since Project Excelsior, the new millennium would bring a new wave of contenders trying to beat the record. Starting in 2000, Cheryl Stearns would announce her plans to jump from 130,000 feet with the formation of the StratoQuest project. Stearns was the most accomplished female skydiver in history and was prepared to make the ultimate jump in the spring of 2001. Unfortunately, StratoQuest could never quite materialize. After numerous delays and funding issues, the project had fallen defunct by the end of the 2000s.
An Australian man, Rod Milner, announced that next March he plans to skydive from 25 miles above the Earth, reaching speeds over 1,000 miles an hour and breaking the sound barrier.
In 2001, Australian skydiver Rod Milner would make waves in the media by announcing his plan to jump from 130,000 feet and break the sound barrier with his fall. The mission, titled Project Space Jump, had reportedly secured funding from the Australian Defence Force Academy, with plans to launch a year later in March 2002. Well, a year came and went, and no jump was ever attempted. Following the initial media hype, Project Space Jump was never discussed again and eventually forgotten, coming off much more like a publicity stunt than an actual attempt at the record. In 2003, French adventurer Michel Fournier announced Le Grand Saut, during which he planned to jump from 130,000 feet. Fournier made the most progress of anyone in the decade, managing to produce a working balloon, pressure suit, and gondola. Unfortunately, all of Fournier's attempts would be aborted before they could even launch. After spending 2 decades and nearly $20 million chasing the record, Michel Fournier couldn't even get off the ground. 2010 would mark the 50-year anniversary of Joe Kittinger's record, and after half a century of failure, many began to wonder whether anyone could break it. Starting in 2010, Red Bull would sponsor the Stratos project and team up with Austrian skydiver Felix Baumgartner to finally top Kittinger's record once and for all. Preparing Felix for the jump would be none other than Joe Kittinger himself. Kittinger's blessings seemed to ward off the demons that had plagued all other attempts since he set the record. In March 2012, Baumgartner would successfully complete the project's first test jump from 71,000 feet. In July, he would complete the second test jump, this time from 96,000 feet. And finally, on October 14, 2012, Felix Baumgartner was ready to make history in a moment streamed live around the world.
Speed 650 miles per hour. Showing Felix that he's stable, descent. There's the chute. There's the chute. There you can see by the approaching shot. It's just about there, and he's down.
After finally having his record broken, Joe Kittinger never looked happier. After 52 years of frustration, there was finally a new record holder of the world's highest jump. In addition to setting the altitude record, Felix Baumgartner became the first jumper in history to break the sound barrier in his freefall, as well as setting the record for the longest distance in freefall. The YouTube livestream was watched by nearly 10 million viewers, a record that itself would stand for almost 6 years. The new record provided a rare moment of inspiration for a generation who had very little to celebrate in terms of aeronautical achievement. Truly, it was a jump for the ages. After taking half a century to beat Kittinger's mark of 102,000, who knew how long it would take to beat Baumgartner? The record would stand for 2 years. On October 24, 2014, computer scientist Alan Eustace would set a new altitude record of 135,889 feet. Eustace worked as the senior VP of engineering at Google and had no prior history of skydiving or extreme stunts. One day he decided that he wanted to pursue the record, so he assembled a team of collaborators to form StratX. Eustace became the first jumper in history to ascend to the stratosphere without a gondola, relying only on a pressure suit to protect him from the vacuum of near space. The reduction in weight allowed him to soar more than 8,000 feet higher than Baumgartner's mark. In just a single attempt at the record, Alan Eustace went up and got it. That's where the record stands today, but where does it go from here? Well, the record for the highest unmanned balloon flight is 173,900 feet. Lighter weight missions like StratX may approach this altitude, but sooner or later, jumpers will reach another hard limit, the mesosphere. Starting at around 170,000 feet, the air becomes thin enough to force any balloon to burst from the pressure difference. As a result, the mesosphere is the least explored part of the atmosphere, extending too high for balloons and too low for satellites. But what if you were to skip the mesosphere entirely and jump from a satellite? The International Space Station orbits in the thermosphere at an average altitude of about 1.3 million feet, nearly 10 times the height of the current record. However, since the ISS is in orbit, it's traveling about 10 times faster than an average bullet. Re-entering the atmosphere at that speed will cause the human body to burn up like a meteor. Currently, the best hope for space jumps beyond the stratosphere may be Virgin Galactic's Spaceship Two, a suborbital spaceplane capable of surpassing the 300,000-foot mark. Due to the parabolic shape of the flight path, it could be theoretically possible to jump from the peak without extreme exit velocity. Virgin Galactic plans to launch commercial flights on the spaceplane starting this decade, so it's possible that the next great stride in space jumping may be just a few years away. For now, the record stands at just under 136,000 feet. No matter the era, death-defying jumps have never failed to amaze and inspire those who witness them. Space jumping is both a product and an example of our endless thirst for progress. 60 years ago, as Joe Kittinger gazed down at the Earth prior to his record-setting jump, he remarked at the irony of such beauty existing in such deadly conditions. He compared floating through the stratosphere to being enveloped in an ocean of cyanide. Despite literally being on top of the world, Kittinger was overcome with an overwhelming sense of humility. We defy nature by venturing higher and higher, and nature humbles us with its unconquerable vastness. After 4,000 years of trying, we have already managed to jump from unfathomable heights, but we still have so much farther to go. For the future of the world's highest jump, the sky's the limit.
Some of the game's most famous modifications have up to tens of millions of downloads. Maybe you've played with some of them individually, or you play with several mods at the same time for a more interesting game. Some madmen have attempted to play with thousands of mods at the same time. These experiences usually only last several hours before becoming completely unplayable. Playing the game with hundreds of random mods thrown together without any coordination is usually not fun, due to reasons such as, but not limited to, frequent crashes, many conflicts between items from different mods, poor performance, and other BS. This is why most modded playthroughs only include 10 to 20 mods. Thanks for watching. However, scientists from NASA have been busy. What if there was a way to make a fun experience, keyword fun, that is optimized and quite fun, using over 100 mods at the same time, and somehow make a way to connect every mod with each other for a more immersive experience? It was not going to be easy. It was the opposite of easy, which is hard. But finally, it was done. Now introducing mod packs. Conglomerations of hundreds of different modifications made by other people that have been put together and heavily edited so that they would all work with each other and would be enjoyable to play. Mod packs with hundreds of mods just thrown together in no logical order are called kitchen sinks. Quote-unquote kitchen sink mods let you experience the features of each of the most popular mods at the same time. One kitchen sink is called Infinity Evolve, and this was my first ultra-modded experience. When you begin a world with these mod packs, you are usually given a guidebook explaining how to start off, what you should do to progress, and what the end goal of the game is. Most mod packs also feature just enough items, which allows you to search up the recipes of any item you want to craft, and see the different possible ways of crafting it. In Infinity Evolve, the goal is to craft this incomprehensible hunk of items, which has hundreds of steps that require you to use most of the mods offered in the pack. However, this video is not about Infinity Evolve, it's about something else. But before we get there, I will first talk about this experience. It all began when the hoster of a server called DeBabySMP invited me to play on his Infinity Evolved server along with several other friends. As with most other people who begin playing these games, I was overwhelmed by the sheer amount of new features, items, and stuff. My senses were overloaded after being so used to the simplistic nature of Hypixel for years. To make sense out of what these are, the four main sources of mod information were the wiki made by the same creators of the mod pack, the Not Enough Items GUI, Reddit help pages, and a guy known as Ancient Old Man. He showed me how this. What is this? How is this? What are these? And I eventually got the hang of ultra-modded Minecraft. After several days of progressing and attempting to craft the endgame items, Ancient Old Man whispered in my ear. As it turned out, Infinity Evolved was not the only thing he had experience with. He had been a connoisseur of mods, and he rated Infinity Evolved a not good out of good. And he suggested another mod pack to play, called Enigmatica 2 Expert Mode, created on November of 2017, in collaboration between this guy. It was published on CurseForge, to be met with only a little over 1 million downloads. Similarly to other packs, it combines several of the most well-known mods and has hundreds of other lesser-known modifications. But there's a difference. The progression. In Infinity Evolved, progression looks a bit like this. You can start anywhere and basically play with whatever you want in a normal playthrough, with no logical order. Usually you can reach God mode in a week due to how accessible everything is. It's easy and fun. But in Enigmatica 2 Expert, things are a bit more logical. It's harder and challenginger. Progression in Enigmatica comes in tiers. You must begin with basic items from the first tiers, of which there are a few. You must then use the items from the beginning tiers to make tier 2 stuff, and so on, up to tier 4. There is no skipping any mod. Everything is there for a reason. With the items from every endgame mod, you must create the ultimate crafting table. This leads you to the end goal of the game, the bragging rights quest line. With the 9x9 crafting table, you must craft each one of these overpowered items, which uses materials from every mod in the game. These usually require hundreds of steps, and tons of expensive materials. These steps include creating artificial dimensions filled with materials required for the endgame armor, which requires millions of diamond, emerald, coal, quartz, creating a sacrifice altar to genocide thousands of villagers, creating a warp drive spaceship to travel to another planet for a shiny rock, 1v1ing this absolute boss of a dragon, and more. But of course, if done the wrong way, you will never finish this mod pack in your human lifetime. I mean, I could, but this brings us to our next point. Automation. In most Minecraft servers and stuff, grinding has to be done manually. If you want wood, you must punch it yourself. If you wish to beat the wither, do it yourself. But doing things manually in this mod is looked down upon. A big part of progression is coming up with ways you can automate resource production, crafting stuff from resources, slaying stuff for resources, and basically anything important. Because later on, you will find yourself needing millions of things that are just too tedious to get manually. But do not fear. Due to all the mods in this game, all the tutorials in YouTube, and other tutorials, you can eventually do everything automatically. Typically with pipes transferring stuff, conveyor belts, machines that craft stuff for you. But not just that. Nearly anything is farmable eventually. Nether star farms, metal ingot farms, everything farm. If that's too slow, there is an automatic quarry, and 100 more ways to obtain hundreds of other materials. Without automation, well, good luck buddy. While this pack does require a lot of manual grinding, this is where it becomes different from Skyblock. In Skyblock, you usually find yourself doing the same activity for tens of hours on end. But in Enigmatica, you will have to constantly switch between different activities due to the complexity of crafting recipes. I never really found myself doing the same thing for more than an hour at most. Speaking of crafting recipes, they have been heavily modified to make reaching endgame harder. Certain vanilla recipes have been changed to make them more challenging. Even basic things such as chests and wooden planks have been brutally slaughtered. Each log gives 2 planks. To get the usual 4 planks, you need this machine, which requires all of these other steps. But that's not the only way to make planks. Simple things like wood planks can have up to hundreds of ways of obtaining them, most of them with varying efficiency. And efficiency is important. Many items and resources you will need have different ways to obtain them. A big part of the game is to find the most efficient and convenient way of getting materials. Is traveling to Neptune just to get star metal too annoying? Use this other easier method then. Is platinum ore too rare? Use this way more convenient method. Quite a lot of shortcuts can be found just by looking through all the different methods of getting something, and stumbling upon a method that is way cheaper or convenient than the rest. Or, you can find really useful items by being lucky and finding loot randomly generated around the world. World generation is heavily changed in this mod. Not only does it feature biomes plenty, which adds hundreds of new biomes, but it also adds many new structures. Villages have been renovated. Their loot table has been expanded dramatically. There are also new structures to explore. Giant forest towers, ancient gears in the desert, underground dragon dens containing convenient items, and there's probably more. Exploration in this game is quite rewarding, and can lead you to some pretty unexpected findings. And finally, before we get into the actual playthrough, resources. As the game progresses, things will become more and more resource heavy. Eventually, you will find yourself needing millions of ingots and thousands of mob drops. So plain old mining and gathering is not going to do the trick. Most of you guys probably know Hypixel Skyblock. And you probably know minions. Well, there's minions who will sift through gravel and find pieces of ores which you can combine together. Later on you will have access to the Void Miner, which can give you access to even more ores than the other machines could. In the end, you will have to use the Dimension Builder, which is basically a mini world generator, inside your world. With the right materials you can create dimensions made out of any material you seek. Do you want a world of huge balls of diamond blocks? No. You do not want it. You will need it. A dimension filled with glowstone blocks instead of diamond blocks. A dimension where ender dragons spawn without end in sight. It could provide you with an infinite amount of any resource possible. Anything was possible with it. At a hefty cost. You see, while the material costs of the Dimension Builder are something to be considered, there are more than just items you have to take care of in this mod. Liquids, gases as in oxygen and stuff, and energy will also be important resources that will be needed throughout most of the game. Liquids and gases can be transported using storage tanks, and will be used frequently in recipes. Many machines of the game not only take material inputs, but fluid inputs as well to craft items. You will also be converting your experience levels into liquid experience and using that to craft these thingies. Eventually, you will be finding yourself needing thousands of buckets of certain liquids to mass-produce things in the late game. You also have to manage nutrition and have to eat a balanced diet. But that's annoying, so I played on peaceful mode most of the time. And just like how there are hundreds of ways to get the same material, there are hundreds of ways to make energy. Energy produced by putting dragon's breath in a machine. Energy produced by putting apples in a machine. And so on. The end game requires up to 3 million RF per tick, with RF being the main unit of energy in the mod. But how do you get this much energy? 2 words. Nuclear reactors. There are a wide variety of reactors in the mod, ranging from the miniature sun that should not be used under any circumstances, this multi-block machine supported by a bunch of other machines, the reactor donut, and the steam-powered turbines, which can make hundreds of millions of energy per tick. Of course, you're going to have a lot of spare energy. So as usual, there's a bunch of options you can use to store it, which I'm not going to get into. The limitless possibilities and different options you have will be a common theme. There is no main storyline either, you are free to do as you wish. Which brings us back to the end goal. While everything in the game eventually leads up to this final item, which will basically grant you creative mode and survival mode, which is the main goal of this pack, there are so many other things that you can do. While I was thinking about how to approach creating this vid, I scrapped the idea of describing the entire playthrough in an orderly fashion. There was too much to go through. There were too many details to talk about. Too many things required explaining. The only way to know about the full experience is to experience the experience yourself. I am unable to describe the full thing in a single video. Due to this, I'm only going to describe the highlights of this playthrough, and leave out the stuff that was, relatively, not as interesting. So, at the suggestion of Ancient Old Man, I began the playthrough. Speaking of old men, 0.2% of my audience are elderly old women. If you are an elderly old woman, please explain why you are interested in watching these types of vids. I am not complaining though. If you are an elderly old woman or basically any age or any gender, please subscribe. Can we hit 200,000 subs? Okay, anyways, back to what we were talking about. In just 2 days, I gained the ability to fly in survival mode, after creating the Angel Ring, which is the earliest way to get permanent flight. After becoming flyable, I relocated from my temporary wooden base to a platform high in the sky, where the mobs could not touch me. And in this base, were a few things worth mentioning. Due to all the hundreds of crafting recipes which I will definitely not be keeping track of, there is a way to automate crafting stuff, which is this system over here. But not only can it craft stuff as in the things you would craft on a crafting table, it is capable of much more. Which brings us to the next important part of this playthrough. Machines. Whereas in vanilla the most complicated thing you'll probably do is craft stuff, This mod gets really deep and complicated. There are machines to react chemicals together, machines to extrude ingots into other stuff, machines that will automatically spawn a wither. There is a machine for mostly every purpose in the game. Machines to infuse two things into one thing. Machines that do that but with three. I could keep going on. But linking these machines to this aforementioned computer allows you to automatically make important stuff using the machines, without doing it manually. If the machines go too slow, you can simply upgrade them. These machines come from several different mods which use different types of upgrades. But the universal speed boost is the time in a bottle. The more you AFK, the more time is collected in your bottle. This time can then be used to speed up anything that uses tick rate, fast forwarding it by the amount of time used from your bottle. But of course, machines rely on power. And this aforementioned power comes from this, a melon generator, which is linked to a machine that turns the melon into fuel for my real generator. This real generator powers everything in my floating base, and later on, the rocket that will be taking me into space. After building several advanced 3x3x3 machines and making some titanium, the first rocket was made. But why would we need to go to space? As for now, the rocket is only capable of going to the moon. On the moon you find these thingies. Next you launch a space station using the rocket. The space station can be anything you want. This idea will be explored later. In this space station, you build yet another 3x3x3 machine called the warp core, and fuel it with the thingies. This allows you to warp to any star in the Minecraft local bubble. We will be making a few stops around here and there around the solar system and other systems, because we will be mining these ores, which can only be found in outer space. And they were found. After returning with the dub, it was time to work on the next project. The nuclear reactor, which will require many resources. But that was simple. I had thousands of ores from minions and running an automatic miner. But they could become more thousands. You feed the ores into an ore crusher, then you smelt the crushed ores into ingots. For a ratio of 2 ingots to 1 ore. With this, I now had thousands of blocks of ingots in storage. There's a way to quintuple ores, however. It involves a multitude of blah 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 that was simply unobtainable at the moment. Which was very sad. But anyways, after watching several tutorials and seeking help from Google, which will be a common theme in this vid, I had done it. A functioning nuclear reactor that would not shut down every 2 minutes, and would give me all the energy I needed for the rest of the game. So what did I do with this energy? 2 words. Matter replicator. The mod developers recognized that some materials were simply too cruel to get. So they allowed you to replicate them with ease. But not so fast. Matter replication requires this purple liquid, which can only be made in this machine, which will gobble up millions of energy every second. So that was exactly what happened. Next, I set up a void miner, which will mine void crystals. And that was all. Now it was time for better armor. I decided to go straight for Wyvern armor, which has a force field that nullifies all damage and knockback, as long as you feed it energy. This aforementioned armor set requires nearly every late game armor set in the game combined, as well as one of the rarest resources in the game, Draconium. But I pulled through. Most of the armor sets can be dropped from naturally spawning mobs. One of the most overpowered mob farms is the Cursed Earth farm. By killing a wither skeleton, you obtain drops of evil. Right-clicking them on grass turns them into cursed grass. And this cursed grass spawns many entities. After putting conveyor belts on top of the grass, all leading towards certain death, and a vacuum to pick up the juicy armor, I was now rich. After combining all the armor sets and Draconium and stuff, I now had the awesome armor. Then it was time for the next step of my awesome plan. I relocated everything inside a mountain. I basically shot myself in the foot by doing this, because mobs kept spawning everywhere in my base now. However, I had an awesome comeback. Okay, and in this mountain, was my sacrifice altar. But who do we sacrifice? The answer was simple. Villagers. Villagers are the most efficient life forms to sacrifice, so I put down a villager spawner that fed into the altar. Unfortunately, most villagers suffocate to death before I can sacrifice them, which was really sad. But why do we need to sacrifice stuff? Is I go by lots of names just a deranged lunatic. Sacrifice is necessary to obtain the ethereal slate, which will be used to craft this blue crystal. This aforementioned crystal requires a bunch of magical stuff from other mods. This stuff includes stuff that comes from altars high in the sky that only work at midnight, brewing pots that can dissolve basically any item you put into it, to create special ingots, potions made with blood obtained from sacrificing villagers, and portals to the elven world used to trade other special ingots. Put all of this together and you have the blue crystal. But that's not all. The blue crystal's counterpart is the yellow crystal, made from the ores only obtainable in other space, a bunch of void crystals, and stuff obtained only from the most advanced tech stuff. But at this point, I basically had most of the machines I needed to proceed to endgame. Although I left out the process of getting them because there was more interesting stuff to talk about. But anyways, these yellow and blue crystals will be very important in endgame recipes. Speaking of endgame, I was about to begin the bragging rights quest line. After 2 long weeks, I created the crafting table with the 9x9 crafting grid. But not so fast. That's not the only crafting thing you will use. Whereas you have crafting tables ranging in sizes from 3x3 to 9x9, it also forces you to craft items using more overly dramatic methods. Some items like this require fusion. The infrastructure for this aforementioned fusion is quite expensive. You must put a fusion crafting core in the center, and up to 12 fusion injectors. Placing items in them and feeding them energy will often lead to fusion if the recipe is correct. You will be doing this a lot. Next up, are crafting recipes where a bunch of items are orbiting another item in a circle, aka combination. To make these, you need up to 20 pedestals surrounding one crafting core. You put the materials on them and they will magically combine, eventually. Plus it needs energy. Finally, you have singularities, which will be very important later. Putting 10,000 of the same item in a quantum compressor will give you a singularity of that item. Plus it needs energy. After crafting some yellow and blue crystals using the combiney thingy, it was time to make the bragging rights items. There are 5 bragging rights items that we will be focusing on. All of them will require the yellow and blue crystals, and ultimate ingots as well, but we will get to that later. The first 2 give basically infinite energy. The next 2 give infinite liquids and gases. The 5th one is made from the first 4 items, along with many other things, and gives infinite items. Which means you basically beat the game. But first, the creative power cell and generator. Made from massive amounts of certain metals, wood, cobblestone and other materials and blah blah blah. To get the materials needed, it was time to make the dimension builder, which is made from this, with the aforementioned this, made from this. You will also need the dreaded Infinity Catalyst. The Infinity Catalyst is made from singularities of a bunch of the main metals and alloys in the game, as well as stuff from every mod in the game, including these crystals. How would I get all this stuff, you may ask? It was simple. While the top half of the recipe was relatively easy, the bottom half is the real issue. Needing hundreds of thousands of ingots. But I have about 20 words. Void miner making many ores that are sent into this grinder and into this smeltery and into this storage, and then AFKing for some time while it did its thing. After several hours of doing other activities, I went to the mining room to find several quadribajillion trillion ingots. After feeding tens of thousands of them into the alloy smelter using an automatic system and eventually feeding them into the singularity compressor, I had all the singularities I could need. And it went straight into the catalyst along with all these other items that were not worth mentioning, and then this catalyst went straight into the dimension builder. Now we can make the not so fast. That's not the only infrastructure needed for dimension building. You need some teleportation stuff to actually get to the dimensions. And the dimension builder only builds a dimension. You need the dimension inscriber, which codes the dimensions using dimension parts. and the Dimwit Builder, which makes the dimension parts. The dimension parts are made from dimwits, which are dropped by Enderman. So I killed what must have been 20,000 Endermen using an automatic mob killer and an Enderman spawner. Finally, I had quite a few dimwits. Now it's time to make the dimension. Let's say I wanted a dimension filled with huge balls of wood. You need a dimension part for huge balls, and a dimension part for wood. Putting them together gives you a dimension filled with huge balls of wood. So I did that. After building the dimension, traveling to the huge balls of wood dimension, and doing a little chopping, I had all the wood I would need. Now it was time for cobblestone, of which we would need hundreds of thousands of. To make this much cobblestone, there are these blocks that make hundreds of stone per second, which is way faster and more efficient than manually mining. Placing them next to storage will instantly fill the storage with cobble. So I put it next to a storage system. And waited. And waited. Now that I had a bunch of cobblestone, wood, and metal, it was time for the ultimate ingots. Ingots made from every ingot from every mod in the game, which will be used in most of the creative items. Most of the ingots were made from normal stuff I already had in my stockpile, but there were a few notable mentions. Ingots obtained from blasting gold with an AirPod shotty. Ingots obtained from finding a crimson cultist, imprisoning him in a soul capturer, using the soul to duplicate a bunch of cultists, killing them until you get the rare Crimson Rites book, studying it to unlock these things called void seeds, and then throwing the seeds into a pot with some ingredients, which will give you void metal. And ingots obtained by combining nether star nuggets and other ingots into a big ingot. The hardest two ingots, however, were Terra Steel and Insane Ingot. I will not explain the normal way of getting Terra Steel because it is boring and stupid. But now introducing Resource Seeds. If you could not make a dimension filled out of it, or use the matter replicator to make it, it was time to look to the resource seeds. There were a ton of different resource seeds growing different resources, and resource seeds can conveniently grow a bunch of resources that would be otherwise annoying to get. And it was possible to make Terra Steel seeds, which were ridiculously expensive and involved fighting a boss who calls himself Gaia, but it was obtained. Of course, you can't just plant them on the ground like measly carrots or other new crops. You must put them in this machine, along with fertilizer and water. Kind of like a miniature farm, after quote-unquote, farming, Terra Steel. I was now drowning in Terra Steel. Now it was time for Insane Ingot. Insane ingots are a type of ingot called the Essence Ingots, with Insane Ingots being the highest tier. They are made from mob essence, with the higher tier requiring 4 of the tier below it. The tier 1 essence drops from any hostile mob. But it was possible to skip right to Supreme Essence, which was right behind Insane. One wither drops 4 Supreme Essence. And you probably already know that using the stuff in this mod, you can farm withers. Which was exactly what happened. So after crafting 28 ultimate ingots, I now had everything including all these lesser items I will not be going through needed for the creative power cell and generator. The only other notable mention was California, of which you need 4 pieces. 1 piece was found in a dragon's den after slaying the original owner. The other 3 were made from reacting about 7 different fuels in some reactor, which took way too long. Now that was over with, it was time for the third creative item. The creative fluid cell. Made from mostly every fluid in the game, and the feared, chaotic core. The only way of getting the chaotic core is to harvest the chaos crystals, located in the end dimension and guarded by the hardest boss in the game, aka the Chaos Guardian, which spawns 10,000 blocks away from the main end island. To beat this so-called Chaos Guardian, you must get the second most powerful armor set, sword, and bow in the game, called the Draconic Armor, Staff of Power, and Bow. Made from blah blah blah. Okay, whatever, I have it now. But it's not over yet. You must upgrade your gear considerably to stand a chance against the Guardian. And to upgrade your armor you need blah blah. Okay, I did it. With full upgrades. It is perhaps the most overpowered gear in the game. The bow becomes a machine gun. The sword becomes a nuker client, killora client, and and basically a bunch of things client all in one. And the armor makes you nearly invincible to anything. With this, it was now time to troll the Chaos Guardian. The Chaos Guardian is guarded by 2 rings of obsidian pillars, and it rapidly spits out several types of balls at you. Most of them are homing missiles. The red ones will suck all the energy out of your armor. When your armor runs out of energy, you die. The orange ones don't deal that much damage, but they come in massive quantity. I'm not sure what the other ones do, but I'm sure I won't be touching them. The dragon also flies at the speed of sound. It was going to be challenging, no doubt. But I would not refuse a 1v1 with the Chaos_Guardian. He lost by the way. Now it was time to steal the Chaos Crystals. Mining the Chaos Crystals will cause a gigantic explosion in the island it is contained in by the way. So I zipped out of there as fast as I could while watching the explosion. Now it was finally time for the Chaotic Core, which went straight into the Creative Fluid tank. With this, we can now do a whole load of trolling. Let me explain how it works. The Creative Fluid tank is designed so that when you pour a fluid into it, the tank becomes filled with an infinite amount of that fluid. This can be reset by putting it into your crafting grid by the way. But with an infinite amount of fluid, the Creative tank kind of serves as an infinite item source and infinite gas source, to an extent. Here's how I cheesed the Creative tank. There's this structure called the smeltery, which will be seen throughout your entire average playthrough. It allows you to smelt materials into molten materials, which you can then cast into blocks or other items. But the thing is, molten materials count as a liquid, and you could use the Creative Fluid tank to store an infinite amount of molten stuff. You can then connect the Creative tank to the smeltery using a pipe, which will cause the smeltery to be filled with an infinite supply of the molten stuff. Using a redstone timer and some more pipes flowing into a casting basin, you can automatically create blocks from this infinite supply of molten material. These blocks can then be put into a chest with hoppers. And since there were many resources I needed that could be molten, it was time to do a little trolling. There was another resource called titanium, that could only be found in outer space, and not from resource seeds, the void miner, or dimension builder, or anywhere in particular. The only other way was to use this slow and expensive process, which was way too slow for what I needed next. However, titanium could be melted, and you know what that means. After simply getting a single titanium ingot, melting it, putting the molten titanium in the tank, and then using the smeltery to make an infinite amount of titanium blocks, I was now drowning in titanium. Now that was over with. The Creative tank could also kind of make infinite gases. Allow me to show you how. There's a machine that evaporates liquids into gases. So by connecting the Creative tank to this aforementioned machine, you probably know where this is going. But we won't really be needing water vapor. What we need is these really expensive gases for the Creative gas tank, which can be made easily with this infinite gas setup. And this is all legal by the way. Out of the box thinking in this mod is usually rewarding. But anyways, at this point, every resource could be mass produced. With everything I have shown you up to this point, everything I could ever need was at my fingertips. The next thing to go for was the Creative gas tank, which was pretty easy to get at this point. But the next item, the Creative vending machine, was on another level of hard. It required crafting recipes that were so advanced that they probably had hundreds upon hundreds of steps. And they did. Let me give you a quick rundown of what exactly is inside this vending machine. Some infinity ingots. Some tier 6 solar controllers. More crystals and ultimate ingots. The Creative essence, which requires 108 insane essence, these computer thingies, and these dark blue boxes. To start off, it was time to make the most expensive ingot in the entire game. The infinity ingot. Made out of millions of ingots and hundreds of singularities. After making about 25 new dimensions, one for each of the materials I needed, and mining balls of blocks for what seemed like hours, and feeding it all to the compressor. And then using the creative fluid tank strat to make thousands of other blocks needed for the ultimate singularity, which is made out of the singularity of every single ingot in the game, and doing a bajillion other steps. And then organizing them into ingot form. We can now do a whole lot of trolling. The first thing I did with this ingot was to melt it into molten infinity. You probably know where this is going. Straight into the creative fluid tank and the smeltery. Which meant we now had an infinite source of infinity blocks. Now that was done, the next thing was to make 2 tier 6 solar controllers, which requires a miniature sun. This is created by blasting a chaos shard with 7 of the highest tier fusion injectors. These injectors require a bunch of the dreaded chaos core. No problem, though. I was in the quintrillionaire grind set, after grinding out 7 of the cores and crafting them into injectors. And then placing them all over the place. The sphere was created. Now I could make the tier 6 solar controller. After that, all the other steps of the vending machine were a bit easier. It still took a while. But it was done. The next thing to do was to finish the rest of the bragging rights questline, which should be way easier now that I had to create a vending machine. I created the most powerful set of armor and weapons in the game. Then I proceeded to do whatever these are. After achieving the goal of the game, and basically becoming God itself in Minecraft. I only had one question left. What now? Then, I had a genius idea. I was going to make a vid about this modded experience. The quest line itself was pretty fun to go through. It was not linear. It took you through many adventures. And you still had a lot of freedom with what you wanted to do. And while achieving the final goals was quite challenging and at times tedious, it was very satisfying in the end. Of course, I left out about 80% of all the details. Because if I left them in, you would only be 20% done watching this. And I was not going to split this up into separate videos each covering about 100 days. I just gave you the more interesting experiences. I enjoyed the technology stuff more than the magic stuff. So I left out a lot of the magic stuff. Maybe it will be the other way around for you. Who knows? You have to play it for yourself to experience everything. It took me about 5 weeks to finish, so it's definitely something you could do throughout summer break. But anyways, shout out to the channel members and maybe sub for more OK stuff. Or watch this other OK stuff. Anyways, goodbye.
Brought to you by Keeps. Stay. brought to you by Keeps. Stay